Let's turn the music down a bit. How are we all doing? How's everyone's day going? I did get my wonderful free chickens. I'm so excited about my free chickens. I'm so excited about the free chickens. I've done absolutely nothing with those free chickens, even though I absolutely need to do champion training for the fusion. So it's a nice warm up for the stream, right? You're waiting for it to be over. Oh God. It is Happy Thanksgiving, and yes, there is a new promo code. I don't actually know if I've done the promo code. I'll have a look now. Do you know what I totally realized today, guys? If you don't get the epics you need for Lockwine, you get Lockwine anyway from the Prime Gaming Rewards in, was it February? And Lockwine, this hero here, is the Lady Mikage fusion. Didn't realize that. It's a discovery. I haven't quite got a Lumberer, and I haven't quite got a Vanguard, so those are the ones I'm chasing. I'm pretty much ready to go with these ones. See, I've got plenty of these. I don't know why I awakened another one of those. That was a mistake. So I've got plenty of those. These 2, 3 are good to go. I do want to get another Castigator and keep this one. We have got a Fur Gun ready to go. We're keeping the Endalia. We've got an Ender ready to go. We've got a... what's her name? I can't remember her name. Lady Quillen, ready to go. We've got one of these ready to go as well. We just need to awaken it. So we're getting closer. I did pull Aishma, believe it or not. When I was going for the summon rush for the fusion, I had like one sacred, pulled the sacred, got an Aishma. I was like, well, that's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good pull. So we're basically like, what? 2 epics away. I mean, technically, I'm just Delaja away from really doing it, but I do like to keep some of these epics. I would like to keep an Aishma, to be honest, but I wouldn't fuse her now. So what I would definitely 100% do is I would not fuse any of these until you want the points. And I certainly would not fuse Lady Mikage until I fused every single one of these for 3 points. Right, I would double fuse everything. So fuse the epic, fuse the Lockwine, fuse the Tatsu, fuse the Kira. So if, for example, you have a Lockwine, don't waste the Lockwine before you fused it, because that's just a waste. Get the points. Yeah, isn't like mythic points like 60,000 in a champion chase or something? In a CBC? I'm sure it is, right? Champion objectives. Yeah, like if you get a brand new mythical champion, that's like 60,000 points in a clan versus clan. I don't know what it is in a champion chase. I've not looked at that, but certainly CBC is probably one of the better ones. Better ones to do it in. Oh, should we endure a bit of live arena to get started? Before we... Let's warm ourselves up for the arena. Right? Let's warm ourselves up. Let's do a little bit of live arena. Good lord. Really excited for Fateless. Lots of things are happening. It's going to be a while though, right? It's not like we can, you know, just make things happen. It's going to be a process. So... what are we going to have here? Hey, Swiftcat. Yeah, I had no internet on Monday. It was a bit of a problem. Hence why there was no stream on Monday. Dim internet. Big problem. So... what do I want to build? Oh, he's took my Wukong. Fine. Alright. So we'll take Phoenix, Vlad. Hoping for the headband for Finless. I am doing the fusion, yeah. I am doing the fusion. He's just going for a speed team. which is fine. So I can probably pivot a little bit here and use my Kaja the Rye. Something like that. Don't know if I'll tank it though. I think this is too much damage. We'll find out. Really? Are you serious? Might get lucky. I think I've lost this one. I think I've lost this one because I just don't think I've got enough speed. Do we know what is the newest patch for Raid that dropped today? I think it's just a technical update. I did look. There's no change. Yeah, look, it's just going to be a nightmare, this. It's a straight loss. I messed up there. I just didn't really... Oh, man. I also got stunned. Can you believe it? I got stunned from the stun set. I took my Mighty Uko away from stun set because I found it useless. That was a bad draft. I just drafted wrong. I drafted wrong. I actually probably would have been okay had Kaja the Rye not got stunned, but that stun set ruined me. So, hey Crouchim, how's it going? That was just annoying. That was just bad luck. Yeah, I think all that update today was just technical. Was a technical. Oh look, I actually don't like the fact I just get a free win every now and then. It's just boring. Yeah, I have seen that floating around. I mean, to be fair to them, they were probably just recording the videos using their accounts, and all of a sudden they saw this thing in their mailbox. How are they meant to know what it is, you know? Like, if it is under any sort of DMCA, which I would imagine new content is under DMCA, like under an NDA kind of thing, not DMCA, sorry, it's the wrong thing, under NDA, then why did you just deliver it into their mailboxes? Like, how the hell are they meant to record content without giving away the information now? They can't. At least I suppose all they have to do is saying there's something that's in their mailbox they can't talk about. Because I'm gonna guess that it's under that kind of thing, you know? Bomb. Really? Thank you. And back up to gold we go. The thing is, since they've changed this chest and you get these primal quartz, it's probably actually worth doing live arena, because those primal shards, although they might not give you a mythical champion, they are 200 summon rush points, right? So they're very good for summon rushes. It's a bit late in the month for spooky music. I managed to get a lot of the summon rush done because I had a couple of primal shards that I got from different places. I got one from the Dungeon Divers, one from the Champion Training, one from the Live Arena chest, and that was like 800 points. It meant I didn't need as many Sacred Shards. What do you think of the deck event? Do you know what? I haven't done a deck video today because personally, I'm just like, I'm exhausted from pulling shards. Like, I'm just exhausted from pulling shards. So I can't even look at another event that requires me to pull shards at the moment. Well, the problem with live is just like what you're seeing at the moment, where I'm like, I'm kind of on the border of gold because, to be honest, my roster's not that strong for gold, and I'm not using the champions in the right way. Like, really what I should be doing is this. Fine. Like, he's gonna force me. He's gonna force me to block that, which is fine. The resistance is not going to matter. The defense is not going to matter. They didn't get rid of my cleanser, which is fine. So as long as Pythian does not get bombed, this should be okay. But if Pythian gets bombed, we are in trouble. Turn the music down a little bit. It's a bit loud. Because this is just a bomb team. Pythian got bombed. Well, Vlad's probably dead. Oh, wait. Okay. Well, we're probably okay. Because he hasn't slept me. The sheep actually helped a lot there because it stopped him from reducing the duration of Pythian's bomb. So I can probably just cleanse. If I get a turn. Which is a big if at the moment. Like, he does realize I'm going to get a turn and just cleanse it all off, right? He does know this. Right. And now I just basically do my thing. Take this out. Give him buff. Swipe sight. What I really just don't like is I'm forced constantly to pick in 2 damage dealers. Right, and that's a big problem because I don't really have 2 strong defense-based damage dealers, so it forces me down the attack route, which forces me then into Necro, which forces me into a protected buff against Necro, right? So you're basically playing this like this chain reaction game where I end up having a default draft because I haven't got enough flexibility in my builds, and because I've got Stultus and Dragon, I don't really have Stultus as an option. So like here, for example, I could choose to go an absolute defensive unit, right? Something like this. But I have to pick a second damage dealer. And Fortis needs increased defense, which I don't have because I don't have Siffy. So like you can just see like the limitations of trying to build a team. Like he's going for this route, absolutely fine. So I have to build a second damage dealer in here, which means if I put Necret with a defense-based champion and a second damage dealer, then Necret's always going to protect the defense-based champion, which I don't really want. So Necret's not great, but without Necret, I can't protect my actual, like, damage dealers. The only good thing here is they're slow, so I can probably get away with having Vlad and just going for a speed, like a fastish champion with some sort of, like, utility. Like, I can just lock in Arbiter, because it'll probably force them to ban the Arbiter. And just finish it off with like a Kaja the Rai or something. Because yeah, they're going to have buffs, but I do need a block buffs though, actually. So that Lady Kimmy was the one I was going to go for. I'm going to get straight banned, but it'd be funny. If I take out now his Reviver... Gonna ban the Romantu. They didn't ban... Why did you not ban the Romantu? Does he think he's gonna be faster than me? He hasn't got an aura. I don't have Solus, no. And you can't use Arena Stultus because my Stultus is not built for damage. I mean, he's faster, so he might, like, steal some buffs. But, like, I'm going to protect my 2 damage dealers. I kind of can't AoE for a little bit, which kind of sucks. Now I can do this. Get rid of the passives. He's got no revive, so as long as my Rogash gets a turn, I should win. So long as my Rogash gets a turn, I should win. Will my Rogash get a turn? Yes, it will. This is 1. So I've got to revive, so I can revive cycle. He can't. So once Stultus is dead, it's GG. There goes his Leorius. We can drop turn meter. This is why you should always... Like, if you see Romantu, you 100% ban Romantu. Look how much he's just destroying this team. Like, Stultus is now getting defense buff, debuff. He wouldn't get that. I stopped the Leorius, like, unkillable. Like... You never, ever stop. Like, you never let Romantu through. He's too strong. Even his A1 is really strong, right? Because his A1 gives your champions a reduced cooldown. So he can kill them as many times as he wants. I'm still going to win this fight. I'll just do that for now. So I can just knock out the passives. There goes Ultimate Death Knight. I'm really surprised he banned the Arbiter. Honestly. I don't know what he was thinking. Or at least, like, take the revive away. Like Duchess. Like, that was weird. That was a bad decision. No. How come Magnus not endgame arena meta? He just doesn't do enough damage. He can't ignore Stone Skin. Can't get through the Stone Skin. Just doesn't do enough damage. What champions are they going to... the change they're going to make to Polymorph is they're going to make it so that it only activates per ability, not per effect. They've already confirmed that in an interview. So essentially means, like, instead of calculating for every single buff and debuff attempt removed and stuff like that, it's actually just going to calculate it as when I use an ability, I have 1 roll of the dice. So it means I have 1 times 20% chance or 25% chance for Fearsome Presence. It's going to make it a lot less efficient. Which in turn should hopefully nerf things like Taras, right? Because if I can bring Romantu, I can beat Taras. If I can't bring Romantu, I can't beat Taras. We're warming up with live arena, Earbad. We're warming up a bit of arena thought process. We're getting it, you know, just warming it up, and then we're going to get started. Ooh, I gotta pick. What have they got? Oh, they got a Shuzhen. So they go in speed meta. So let's fight fire with fire, shall we? I'll go speed meta. With Vlad. I felt like that setup worked, to be honest. Have I spoken about the fusion buff yet? The only thing I think that fusion buff matters for is Wukong. Like, watch this out. This will force a ban. 100% will force a ban. Watch, they have... If he doesn't ban Romantu, it's a mistake. Have to ban Romantu here, because I just disable all of your effects. Like, Marichka doesn't work. Warlord doesn't really work, because I lock his skills. There we go. Right, so now now I'm going to win the speed race. So because I'm going to win the speed race, I should be able to stop the Warlord from killing me, which means I should be able to get control of the fight. Theoretically. Yeah, see? So I'm going to win the speed race here. That's fine. This is not fine, though. because I was hoping to kill that champion then. I think the biggest mistake that they made with the fusion change is why the hell did they tell us about it? Because it's actually it's largely irrelevant, right? So they're telling me about a change that they're making, but this change is not going to happen for like 2 to 3 months. So why tell us? Of course I lost all my turn meter. Of course I did, because that's the way this game works. So goal 1 is to kill this. I don't actually know if I can win this now, because the idea was to kill Warlord so I had my abilities back and then time it. But Marichka's cleanse is just way too strong. And Arbiter's about to get one shot. It's fun being out-rostered. It really is. Fun being out-rostered. Oh, did I just fight you, Nobo? Which one did I fight? Was it the last one? Was it the Shu Zhen one? Urgash is just built-in thing. It's just that rostering. It's nothing I can do about that because I don't have a lockout, so there's nothing I can do. Card flip event is tempting. Nah. Well, I said he had to ban it because if he didn't, he'd lose. Right? His whole team was built around passives, so it was the right decision. Unfortunately, I got unlucky where the Marichka took a turn. Otherwise, I would have killed the Warlord. Well, then it would have given me a chance to basically set up the rest of it, and I would have been fine. But because I basically didn't ban the wall, I didn't ban that. That's where it all fell apart. I couldn't kill the Warlord. The Warlord took my abilities, and then I couldn't cycle again. So it's unfortunate. Senpai, I can't compete with like gold 2. I can do some wins down in this level of tier, like this person here. I don't really know what they're building, and why they're building this. It's a very weird setup. I'm just going to take away that. That's going to take away Romantic. It's fine. The reason why I can't compete is I just don't have any of the requirements. I have no lockouts. I have no reset champions. I have no Kaima. I have no S tier nukers. I have no Siffy. I just don't have the required champions to make this possible. We're way out the Cardinal. Maybe. But Vlad's quite strong, Nobo. Maybe. It depends on how fast you are, but yeah, it was probably likely. That's the thing. The only way you beat Lockout is with Lockout. You know? I mean, I can climb to Gold 1 and Gold 2. I'm not saying I can't do that. What I'm saying is, if I want to compete in Gold 2 or higher, there's no chance. Because I just don't have... I just don't have the roster. Yeah, we're up against Farbstaff, I did see. It should be fine. Yay, I'm going to lose because I had to wait for the lockout. Revive. That's why I was waiting. See, this is the problem. I just don't have a right setup for any of my champions because I cannot run a defense-based champion because I don't have Sify. So Ragash is basically pointless. And I can't run attack-based champions because I have to have Necra and then it limits my options. It's just so frustrating. It's absolutely so frustrating. Not having arena meta is just boring as well. Because it just limits your options. Back to the drawing board. I don't even think Stultus will do it, to be honest. They're like A tier. And A tier is just not good enough. I mean, it's just not. Well, no, because if you run Stone Stin Stultus, you're not going to do enough damage. That's the problem. Just one double revive. Take out the Kaima. You know, and like, let me rephrase. I need Sify. If you want to run a defense-based champion, you have to use Sify. Because if you don't, you sacrifice one of your support slots, which would be a reviver, for someone who can't revive. Which means now they just ban your one reviver and pick you off one by one. So that doesn't really solve it. This is the reason why, for a very long time, Solus would never really be it would be very good in Arena, but only in the context of a Sify team. Because she would give the increased defense buff, and you would maintain the revive. I mean, so does Ragash self buff on the A1. Doesn't work. Ooh, this is a bit nasty. I can probably revive. I don't think it's going to kill. Really? Ah, for friggin' hell's sake. Just protect it, I guess. Right, but I'm not going to sacrifice my dragon team for arena. It's just not going to happen. It's just an absolute waste of my time. Sacrificing my dragon team just so that I might be able to compete with an E tier nuker is just not a good decision. Why does that RNG happen to me? He gets 2 bombs on the A1. The amount of times I've run Bommel and I can never get the A1 to give me anything. Might as well save that because it's going to come through in a minute. If we can just get one of these killed, that would be great. Well, you still got to do dragon for tournaments, so that's cool. Didn't get Duke's attack there. She's going to A2 the Fenax so that she can get all that she's in the neck that she should do. Oh, this song's a bit creepy, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna lose. We still gotta revive though. Guys, arena is like not as important to me as actually efficiently farming PvE, so this is all secondary. And like, if it was a Taras or a Rhodus or a Leorius type of champion, I'd be all over it. But I'm not even convinced that Stultus is that good. I think it'll just be the same problems. Do I get a turn? I just need to take a turn. Thank you. Here come the bomb cycling. Don't think I'm going to get a turn. Too much turn meter control. Lady Mikage would go towards my finite hard team. Wouldn't go for arena. Like, she's just a glorified ally attacker for Arena. Doesn't really give you much. Like, you gotta remember, Arena at gold level, debuffs don't matter. Debuffs don't exist at gold level. I honestly can't make Stultus Ragash work. I find, like, the problem with Ragash is you want to use his A2, but in order to use his A2, you have to use his A1 first, because if he doesn't have defense buff, he doesn't do enough damage. So therefore, he can't really... That's what I'm finding. I'm having to basically delay his actual abilities, because without the defense buff, he's not doing enough damage. So, and again, it's not like I'm saying Stultus couldn't do a job. I'm just saying, would I want to destroy my 30-second Dragon 10 hard team just for a maybe that he's going to be better than Ragash? He's going to give me a free win, by the way, because I've lost 3 in a row. I have no wither. Can use Mithrala for defense buff. Maybe. It's maybe possible. Can try it in this setup now. The problem is if they ban it. But again, Mithrala kind of takes the same problem. She takes a revive spot, right? You have to have 2 DPSs, and then you have 3 utility. 2 of those utilities have to be revivers. Like this, I've probably already lost this. This already is a loss, because what do I ban? The Kaimar, Arbiter goes first. If I don't ban the Arbiter, the Kaimar will go first. So this is probably already a default loss. Is Wither usable? She can be decent as a stall defense, but not really. You're not going to win with her, right? Again, it's a similar thing. She's taking a spot of a reviver. Oh, Xena. Interesting. I mean, I don't really know who to pick here. Just take the Arbiter away. Yeah, Marichka, Sify, double support, Ragash, Candy, double nuke. But the thing is, Acrobat, if you do that, they'll ban you DPS because you need 2 double nukes, right? I knew that was going to happen, so now I can probably put... Resist. Probably should have put speed rather than resist, but... I don't have Hegemon. I don't have Gothred. I have like 3 arena meta champions. Would a fast Duchess or a cleanser buffer and immunity cover the Kaimars? Counter the Kaimars? You can counter Kaimar in a few ways. The problem isn't the problem isn't Kaimar's sleep. The problem with Kaimar is his reset. I can normally tank a nuke. The problem is I can't tank 2 rounds of it. Now this situation is fine because this is why I picked Timix. It's a fast champ. But Fear is unreliable. Like if I get attacked here, I could die, but it's unlikely. See, there goes my revive. 1 revive at least. Alright, everyone in chat's probably like saying, oh look, it worked. Yeah, of course it did, because they're all squishy. And then there was 1. Oh, wow. Hey, we won 1. Last one. What speeds am I running? They're around about 210. Like, Vlad is 250. I think Fenix is like 210, 220. Like, Ragash at the moment is slow because I don't know if I've ascended his boots. They're probably not fast enough. It's really frustrating. Maybe do Duchess, Pythian. I don't have Harima. Okay, we're going to go this route. Fine. Let's try... Theoretically, they'll probably ban the Ragash, because I probably didn't pick enough nukers. This one, I think, I just picked the wrong things. He'll just ban the Ragash and it's some default loss, because I didn't draft a second. Oh, he didn't! Alright, okay, we're good to go then. Good to go. Hey, James. This is why I love Merit. That's why I like Mithrala for Arena. This Hex is going to be so much powerful, like do a lot of work. Petrified, cleanse that away. Wait, I lost my increased defense buff. Really? This game is out to get me tonight. I don't care about the increased attack. The increased defense buff, though. See, this is why you have to pick revivers, by the way. If you don't pick revivers here, you just get picked off one by one. You know, and yeah, sure. I mean, the change to the fusion is a massively hard counter for Pythian, for Wukong. That's the only place where I actually see that the change to the new fusion is significant enough to cause like me to go, damn, I wish I got the fusion if I wasn't going for it. Oof. That was painful. But we have a revive. He stole the increased defense buff again. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, come on. How much bad luck do you have to have for the situation to be that I lose the increased defense buff twice in a row? I'm doing the fusion, yeah. Like, defense-based champions are probably the best solution into Taras, right? You can't really kill him with an attack base, but defense-based, absolutely you can. Because all you're suffering is the 50% damage penalty, you're not suffering the attack loss as well. This is just taking a little bit longer because I'm having to basically breach Ultimate Death Knight. Should win this. He's just going to keep bringing his Wukong back, but his Wukong's never going to be able to kill my Pythian. Like, Pythian has got so much damage reduction with Mithrala, it's crazy. Nah, I'm not complaining. It's not complaining, Renoir. It's frustration. But I mean, isn't that like relative to most people who play live arena, right? It's the frustration you get sometimes. Whoa! What the hell happened there? Probably shouldn't sleep on Wukong a little bit. I mean, he's not gonna... I don't think he's gonna win. Can you stop stealing my buffs, please? If I just hit you now. There we go. Well, it was close. It was a little bit nasty. I mean, what I need to do is actually just do it a lot more. I know I absolutely can compete at like this, like goal 1, goal 2. But it is a little bit disheartening sometimes when you watch the fight get drafted and you think, it's just nothing I can do. I'm just going to get out drafted. And you just, you accept your fate, for a better word. Like, I'm not a greedy person. I would just like one of the 5. Even if someone said to me, all I'm going to give you is a Rotus, that would make me feel so much better because at least I can flex, like, I don't have to bring a Necra every single time to protect my attack-based damage dealer. You know, and that's what I get frustrated at, is you can do a lot with a little, but not like I feel like I need a little bit more to do a lot with it, if that makes sense. You know, like if I just had, like, we all know, for example, the top meta right now is basically shared amongst 4 damage dealers, pretty much, which is Taras. You've got Rotus. Yeah. Taras, Rotus. You've got Leorius, which is in this faction, right? Skinwalkers. Leorius. And then, who's the 4th one? I forget. Oh, Jorgid. Right? Those are the top 4, really. Those are the top 4. If you don't have one of those top 4, then you're going to hit a wall. Because you always then have to compromise. Oh, and Harima. Yeah, sorry, I forget Harima. Sorry, I forget Harima as well. Those are the 5, right? If you don't have one of those 5, it's very loud. Then you're gonna have to compromise, right? One of those 5. Any one of those 5 can work, but if you don't have one of those 5, you have to compromise. I know people can say Sun Wukong is, but Sun Wukong is exactly the same problem as every other attack-based champion, in the sense that you have to keep them alive. When we'll have the damage tier list on the website, I'm actually reworking my algorithms now after the maintenance, Nicholas. So it shouldn't be too much longer. Maybe like a week before I get them back up and running. I had to basically rewrite them all, because essentially the spreadsheet was all based on numbers from like 2021 in terms of the way that we would build champions. But since then we've had Empowerment, Awakening, Ascending, Blessings, right? There's so many more stats. The numbers just didn't correlate anymore, so I needed to redo it. I also didn't really have consideration for champions that have a crit damage scaling passive, and I also would like to come up with a way to allocate a stat budget for champions that have things like built-in crit rate, right? So people like Gembo, there should be in the damage tier list a consideration for the fact that he doesn't have to build 30%, like the 100% crit rate. He can start at 70%, and he also is going to deal a bonus 30%. So I need to build in, like, into the equation a consideration for those types of things to get it more accurate, which is why I kind of like released the new champ guide update so that the mythical champions could be shown and look properly good. But I took the ratings offline for a bit until I could actually narrow down all the different things that we need to allocate for. You know, some of the newer champions as well, like, multiply their crit damage. I think some of these, so this one of these multiplies their crit damage. I can't remember which one it is. Is it the dwarf? One of them does it. Yes, this champion's crit damage is increased by 1% for every 1,000 they have. Like, one of these effects is multiplicative, which means the more crit damage you have, the more overall damage you have. And I didn't really take that into consideration, in the sense that, say, like a champ. So I was building it. I was estimating damage with literally just the base crit damage, because technically crit damage is linear, right? If I put build A on a champion with 63% crit damage and I put build B on a champion with 100% crit damage, well, if both champions have the same crit damage, they're going to do the same amount of, like, on an index, it will be the same, because it's just a multiplication. It's a linear scale. But the difference is, if a champion has an issue, has a consideration for a passive that can manipulate the final number, or they have a buff, then obviously they're going to be gaining more multipliers on that linear scale. So even though the outcome will be linear, if they had the same crit damage, one of them will always have more crit damage, which means they should be higher up on the tier list. So there's lots of little things I need to account for to improve the quality and efficiency of the tier list, and then add in the fact that we can get all these stats from Blessings, Empowerment, and Awakening, Artifact Awakening, all these different things add lots of new stats to the algorithm. So they do. Would Turbolt's A2 have impacts with all of that? Turbolt's A2, is that his Juggernaut? No, that would be fine, right? Because again, that's, I do have in the algorithm before had or the algorithm already has a consideration for these types of things. This one here, right? It already had considerations for things that were multiplying on the skill. So things like, if this champion has X amount of buffs, it deals 50% more damage. We already had that calculated. We just set a constant for how many buffs we thought was appropriate. In Turvold's case, I think it was like 5 or 3, which is about the average you're going to get unless you specifically target and go for it. So we had those already. It was basically the passives that manipulated the base stats, which affected the base build, and then also updating the builds to be more in line with what you can get today. So... yeah, the index already had that. It was more the passive stat but changes. So it's basically the things that affected the core base build. Yo says, how's it going? I see you in addition to announced update. Fortunately, I didn't have to do that because I don't really get involved with that. I am tempted by the Xena. You know, with the consideration that I don't always have the top arena meta, the Xena is very tempting because at least you do have a champion that doesn't need Necret. The question really remains, can you keep her alive? And is this strong enough for her to, like... is this alone enough? And often this is a problem where you go too soon. She's kind of like what Eileal should be. But, you know, because if I had a Rotus or a Taras or a Leorius, then it would be good. Why is the optimizer so slow in the last few patches? The optimizer... like, it depends what you mean by slow. If you mean the optimizer isn't returning the builds as quickly as you want, then nothing we have changed in the last few batches has changed that. That's probably what you're asking it to do. You're joining the dark side. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing dark about it. Is she better than all your other nukers? She's probably the best attack-based champion I'd have. She's better than Baron, in my opinion. Right, in my opinion, she's better than Baron. Well, this is the question mark. It's like, can she do this enough? Like, the concept really is the enemy buffs, she gets a turn, she one-shots them, and then she kills them twice. It's, can she kill everyone enough? Like, the main problem is she doesn't ignore Stone Skin. Baron can kill Duchess. Yes, she can kill Duchess. She absolutely can kill Duchess. The problem with Baron is, once he's done his Sky Piercer, he's a bot unless he can kill someone on the A1. Whereas she's actually got 2 really competent abilities that can do a lot of damage, double AoE. Baron also can't kill Rhodas. She can kill Rhodas on the A1. So there is considerations here. Like, Baron is actually quite out of the meta at the moment. Even though I've got a 5-star Baron, I barely use him unless it's gold 5 because he is out of the meta. Because it's just like one hit. Like, 1, it doesn't ignore Stone Skin. 2, I can't kill Rhodas. And those problems, and Marichka just comes back alive, you know? So she can weak hit if there's more, like, I think it's like buff count, isn't it? What's it? Yeah, so if there's 2 or more buffs, she can't weak hit. But there needs to be 2 or more buffs. So, you know, like, I am talking from a very, like, sort of not so much an elite level, but like a higher arena tier where, like, in gold live arena, you more often than not find Taras. Not so bad at the moment because I'm low gold 1. But once I start getting to like mid gold 1 to higher gold 1, I'm going to start seeing Marichka, Taras, Yumiko, Sify, Rhotus pretty much every single fight. And Baron can't deal with that anymore. What I found she really struggles into is when the Mithrala's in the team. Because the Mithrala will often open with a 3, which gives her enough turn meter, enough buffs to trigger a turn meter. Then she does this ability here, but because you've depleted the shield, you don't get the turn meter, which means she's a sitting duck until you can get back around to this ability. We did talk about last stream about Supreme Elhain as well. I might try her a bit. But anyway, that's enough about me. We all know my troubles and my tribulations with Arena. Bit by bit, we get there. I'm still working on Supreme Kit. I still need to level these up as well. The Ragash is probably a little bit too slow as well. At the moment, he's a bit slow because I'm out of speed glyphs. So I need to glyph the speed. Glyph the speed. So the biggest thing right now is I'm out of speed glyphs. So I haven't been able to glyph him up yet, but once I glyph him up, I'll be able to get like an extra 20 to like 15 to 20 speed, and that will make him a lot stronger. Probably. I'm just out of speed glyphs at the moment, so it's fine. Yeah, he needs to be like 210. That's why I stopped using my Void Bros, because I slowed Constantine down a bit because I had to move gear around, and yeah, it's what it is. There's speed glyphs in the deck. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm so exhausted from pulling shards. I really just don't want to do this. Like, there's one glyph. You know, these are all good, I guess. It's good rewards, but like, honestly, probably will end up selling. Probably will end up selling. Probably will end up selling. Maybe I'll keep like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll probably end up keeping like 2, maybe 1 at most, because most of them will roll terrible. Most of them will get sold. So if you take the items out, then you're left with, okay, 450 gems, these, and it's all about summoning again, because they've nuked the getting artifacts, so it's Dungeon Diver. So, you know, essentially, you need 40,000 points, right? And it's 2,000, so it's 20 sacreds, right? Done that right? 40,000 points, you get 2,000 per summon, 20 sacreds. For that. I don't know. 20 sacreds gets you a champion, normally. So, you know, and we're still on the progressive anyway, so I wouldn't summon yet. Oh, they put a progressive summon for this dude. What are these champions then? Oh, the new Croc dude. Okay. Quit. Cool. And then we got, like, what's his face? Isn't this the guy that's... Is this the useless new guy? One of them is useless. I can't remember which one it is. Is it this one? No, this is the good one. I can't remember which one it is. Or is this... I can't... One of them is not as good. Revives all dead allies with 50% HP, 50% terminal, then place a shield on them. Okay, it's pretty good. Attacks on enemy, increase attack, increase defense. Also heals all allies. That's pretty good. Oh, I remember what my complaints were with this. I said this should be 100%. Like, if you're basically saying when I revive someone, this should be 100%. So this is the type of champion that would absolutely fill the secondary role for a defense-based champion. Why? Because I get a revive with an increased defense. So I can have that role, which is really good. I feel like if you want a defense-based champion, normally you need increased defense, unless it's someone like Stoltz Day 3. And you need that increased defense champion to have revive, so... Is it underwhelming for Void Legendary? I mean, you can... Has a 50% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random skill of the ally with the highest turn meter, except this champion. Isn't that what Ramantu does? I'm sure that's Ramantu's A1. Right? Oh, he's got a 100% chance. So, yeah, I mean, basically that ability is half as good as Ramantu. This really should be 100%. Has a 100% chance of decreasing all of an ally's skills cooldown by 1 turn when they revive. That should be 100%. That's a decent enough revive, 50 and 50. This is pretty good as well. If they just basically, like, made this like Ramantu as like has a 100% chance of decreasing the cooldown of one random champion skill and made this 100%, it'd be really good then. Yeah, Warlord 7. We don't talk about Warlord 70%. So... Elva does that with a 30%. Well, she doesn't really have this, and Elva's a single target. I don't really think she's anything like Elva, is she? Elva's a single target. Elva, you basically get 1 single target, no skill reduction. Yes, you get a cleanse with increased buff and block debuffs, and a heal. It's not really the same champion at all. They're completely different. I wouldn't be upset if I got Bellatar. I think it's quite good. I'd rather a Yumiko, but... And the axe. Look at the axe. Pretty cool, right? But I wouldn't be upset if I got him. I could find viability, you know? I could find viability with this champion in a team. Good base speed, good base defense, good base HP. So, anyway, should we get on to some community tag teaming? My defense is in for this week. Put it in about 7 hours ago. Right now, we're just returning back to the Void Brothers. I've got this like weird team at the moment just to see how it can go. Want to see if people like misinterpret the team, think that it's just like Ragash. People are going to get confused by that. And then the thing, I still need to work on upgrading Kaja and Timit myself. That's kind of like what I'm working on at the moment. The masteries are still in process, but you know the fusion is on. So the fusion is nearly done. I think I've basically got the champion training event to do here. And then I think there's like the arena event that gets me to, what's that, 75, 80, 85, 90. There must be like a dungeon divers or an artifact enhancement left then. So we're almost done. And then I can actually get back to building some champions. So let's see. I'm going to go through the list that someone sent me before. Let me go through the list in arena. From... when was it? It's been a while. November 23rd, that was... No, that was... When was it? Okay, cool. Right, Taha. Is your link still up to date, Taha? So what I'm going to do first, I'm just going to cover some of the members who requested some help. And then I will sort of say how we're going to do everyone else. So Taha, you're here. Right, okay, cool. So what we're going to be doing is basically looking at people's accounts and trying to see if we can help them figure out or adapt their current tag team arenas so that people can climb higher in tag team arena. That is the goal. So Taha, do you want to just let me know what it is your goal is at the moment? Are you struggling with attack or defense? Are you struggling with basically keeping your points up, or are you struggling winning? Yeah, I probably will be doing viewers. We'll probably go till about midnight. So we've got like 11:30 midnight. So we've got a couple of hours here. Defense is worse. Okay, right, okay. So let me just make sure I'm going to swap this around properly. Let's put this over here. Minimize. Make sure nobody's leaking anything. Before I change screens, let's make sure I don't leak anything. And then if I go to display. All right, good. Okay, so there isn't a list at the moment, Elixium, but I saw you messaged me, and you messaged me last time, so you're probably next, Elixium. I do need to figure out a better system for this. As I learn and get figured out, I will figure out a system, and we'll get it better for people. You know, this isn't going to be a one and done thing. We will do this more often. Because I think this is one of the biggest areas where I can help people and where we can have a lot of fun on stream talking about in terms of like how to fix these things for people. And last time, a lot of people found a lot of success with just having some different opinions. So everyone in chat can basically help out, advise. Sorry, just editing this. Mine. Ooh. This is not what was meant to be here. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Bear with. Professional content creator. Hard at work. Where can I stick this? That's not going to get in people's way. No, no. We'll just put it there. There we go. Oh. All right. Okay. We'll hide the audio tracks. That's fine. Let's minimize that. Minimize that. All right. So this is what Taha's defense is at the moment. So the key thing is you're struggling with defense and offense. And you're looking for just ways to improve that. Got it. Oh, I know I should have him, but I'll never use him, Mark. I've set my stall out now, Mark. For good or for worse, I'll never use Ultimate Death Knight. I can't be seen as complaining constantly about it and using it myself. That's just hypocrisy at its highest level. What rank are you in at the moment, Taha? You're on gold 3-4 tag. Oh, so you're alternating. Okay, so you're pretty high level. I mean, so there's not going to be much. So one thing I would definitely say, and I would imagine everyone in chat, right, would use a warlord though. Yes, because I don't think I've been as critical. Like, I've literally said Ultimate Death Knight needs to be deleted from the game. I've not said that about Warlord. I just think it's a bit overpowered. Anyone guess what I'm going to say instantly? The Deacon is the big red flag here. The Deacon is the big red flag. Because it's epic. Like, you've got pretty good teams here, right? So you've got this bottom team is pretty solid. I don't think much needs to be changed there. The top team, yeah, it's not bad. There's only one reviver on it, which is a little bit risky, but it's not the end of the world. This middle team is like a rule number one about defense: never put your speed team on defense. Like, I can tank this. Because I can just, I know Jorgid is strong, but you can just tank Jorgid in this type of setup. I would never put my defense, I would never put a speed team on defense at all. So we can have a look at the builds here as well, so we can have a look how fast the Arbiter is. How in God's earth are you, is your Kaimar fast? How is that team, how is this team winning anything? This team is not winning anything, Taha. Surely. This middle team, it can't be winning anything. Like, there's just no pace in it. Unless Deacon is the fastest champion. Is it like some sort of bizarre Deacon thing? There's just no speed here. This is no way this wins in Goal 4. Are you definitely saying it's Gold 4? Are you saying Silver 4? Because this team, that team would never win anywhere near in gold. Silver 4, right? Okay. You said Gold 4. You said Gold 3 to 4. Right. Okay. Okay, we're back in the room. We're all sitting here going, how in God's earth are you winning in gold 4? Right. Okay. Silver 3 and silver 4, and your goal is to get to gold 1. Right. Now we're on the same page. Okay. Right. Okay, so first things first, I would say... Can I, like, shrink this down a second? Is this going to break? Yeah, it is. Is it back? Okay, OBS crashed. We're back. Thanks, OBS. Really appreciate that. Great for you. Why is this song playing like that? It's really annoying. Okay, sorry about that, guys. OBS crashed for a second there. We are back in the room. Oops. Love it. I know, right? And you have to do it quick, otherwise YouTube restarts the stream. So it's fine. It was only a little glitch. We're absolutely fine. We're back on board. Right. So where were we? Why is raid up here? Shouldn't that be display? Yes. Right. Okay. Sorry, guys. Back in the room. Right, so defense-wise, I actually think this Gothred, like, I would probably put, like, Wither in the lead for the aura, for the resistance. Wither, Candrathon. Like, I think this is absolutely fine. Pythian, Gothred. So Pythian probably should be in Bolster. You're just normal. You'd be better in protection, but you don't have to be. So that team, I think, is fine. I think the bottom team is also okay. Ultimate Death Knight. I would have Elva here. I will have Uko and Leorius, right? Those are absolutely fine. I would like on the bottom team to get an increased attack in for Leorius. If it was me, I would like an increased attack, because I don't think Leorius gives it himself, does he? I'm pretty sure Leorius does not give it himself. So ideally, I'd like to have an increased attack in that team. Oh wait, Elva does it only when she revives, which is not ideal. I'd like an increased attack champion if I could get it. But I wouldn't want to sacrifice a reviver for it. Necessarily. Like, I'm pretty sure Old Man Joe can do it as well, but he's epic, and I don't really want an epic, but he is very good. Like, Old Man Joe is very good in terms of, like, I'm pretty sure he can do this. I mean, Old Man Joe over one of the other ones could work. It's probably... yeah, drop me a link, Elixium. I think I've got some notes from you as well. It's probably okay. You know, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. But that would be maybe as a middle one. This middle team is just terrible, so we need to build a brand new team. So we can build around Jorgid to some extent. But Jorgid you would use offensively, right? So we've got a Solus, which is great. We have a Kaimar as well, so we're using a Kaimar there, so that's not too bad. You'd have to build him completely different, though. What do we have in terms of increased defense? Again, if you're going to look at someone like... Solus, you do want to bring an increased defense with it. So we could bring, like, a Mithrala Solus combo. Those are really good. And then we just kind of need to, like, back it up with some revives and utility. So we've already used the Pythian, we've already used the Alva, we already used the Uko. Oh, you got a Kaja. Oh, you got a dupe Pythians. Oh, and you got a Tormin. Well, that's kind of handy. Definitely Kaja, I think. Kaja comes in here. Gives you a second cleanse. And then probably Tormin. It's probably good, right? You agree with the take of being Alva with Candy? Yeah, that would make sense. Because of the Veil passive. I mean, basically, you can just substitute the Pythian. Like, with it could go to the second team. The challenge you've got is, who does Alva replace? Like, do you take out the Gothfred, maybe? Because Candy will be protected pretty well anyway. You won't be able to one-shot him through his passive. And take the Wither out. Yeah, you don't really need to increase defense there, so you can take that out, put the Alva over here. But then if you do that chain reaction, then you need to have something down here. You know, because this will die. Because you're just going to block... You're just going to bring, like, Monkey against the Aureus and block his... No, I didn't crash. No. Fine for me. Yeah, don't panic me like that, Nobo. Alva Candy, Mithrala, Ultimate Death Knight. I think that's putting too much of your eggs in one basket. I think this is absolutely fine. I do see putting, like, because the thing is, Candy can give himself increased attack anyway, so that's absolutely fine. This team is quite good. You get a revive, you get 2 cleanses, you get a damage dealer, and you can also make Torment a damage dealer if you want. I just don't think with it going into this bottom team is going to do it. You know, I think that's too much. Jorgid you'll use on offense. You wouldn't use him defense here. You'd probably use him on offense because he's too squishy. Without Necrate, you can't keep him alive. Raw, Rarity, Legendary. So really this last spot, we're kind of looking at some sort of like reviver / attack buffer. You know, I mean, I don't really want to use rare champion, epic champions, but it could be an option. And we do have a Stultus here as well. Could be replaced. Arbiter maybe. Yeah, but it would have to be a very tanky Arbiter, and then it's just going to take away speed rolls. So you know. Just throwing Duchess. He doesn't have a Duchess though, right? I mean, you actually... look, you don't really need a second Reviver with the Leorius as well as an Ultimate Death Knight. It's going to be quite hard to get to him anyway. Probably the most value you can have is an increased attack, because when he does hit someone, you want him to hit hard, because if he's just going to keep hitting like no damage, then that will kill you eventually. Whereas if it's more like touch me and you will die kind of concept, it's probably a little bit better. Like, Old Man Jorg would be a very good fit. Old Man Jorg would be a very good fit because you get an increased attack, a turn meter boost, and a revive. But you probably going to struggle to keep him alive, you know? But it'll catch people off guard. They'll think it'd be easy. I would do this. It'll catch people off guard. They won't think about it. Basically have a Stone Skin Old Man Jorg so we can't get one shot. So that you boost the Leorius and then you have a backup revive if you need it as well. And just take it out like that. I've seen Old Man Jorgs in high end, in like at least in gold 1, do a number on me because I'm not paying attention. Can put Thrala. No, because you need increased defense. I mean, yeah, you could put... Yeah, you could actually. You could. Yeah, but I don't think Mithrala in Team 3 is good. I think Mithrala is better in 2. Is there any reason to have fast Arbiters? Yeah, because, like, offensively, Acrobat, I use my Arbiter all the time to match up against an enemy speed team if they put it in, or if I think I can just outspeed them and one-shot them with Baron, then I'll just do that. There's still a value to having a very fast champion. I would imagine if you've got Shu Zhen, you drop Arbiter for Shu Zhen, because she's going to guarantee your champion take a turn, so... Yeah, but you, in terms of speed team for like tag 2, like goal 2, you're going to need to be like 370 plus Taha, right? 350 to 370 plus is the minimum, and right now you're at 293. Yeah, you're about 60 speed too slow here, at a minimum. Like, at this, with the champions you've got, you should be in the rare category for all of these. You know, how are we looking for speed boots? Set speed. Speed. Oops. Why is your Morrigan wearing your fastest speed boots, not your Arbiter? What I would say to her is you need a lot more gear at the moment as well. Like, you're still using common gear. You shouldn't be using common gear at this point. That should be sold off. Like, you just don't have enough gear, so you need to go spend some time in dungeons. Because there's plenty of, like, here, for example. Savage, let's see, lethal. Savage. You have dim, 0, savage or lethal crit damage to crit rate gloves. And they'd be a big problem. Which is it's not like it's a criticism. It's where a lot of people get to. You need to now, you're in this phase of your account where you have to like enrich it with good gear, which means you have to spend a number of Ice Golem tournaments and a number of Dragon tournaments, and you want to be looking out for those time 3 What do you want, cat? You need to be looking for those time 3 speed and times 3 savage events and putting a bit of time and effort into them. Yeah, there's some cruel ones as well, I think. Like, I think there is some cruel gloves. This are not bad. It's actually quite... It's rare that you actually have some cool gloves, but even then, you've only got 1 6-star. So you're going to have trouble actually building damage dealers. Like, how's the Jorgid built? That's actually quite well built. But it's not well built because it's not in Savage. And it's slow. Yeah? So, my 4,000 attack champion, 250% crit damage in Savage is going to outdamage that. You know, if we look at Leorius, that one's in Savage. That's a better build, but again, quite slow. Not too bad for defense at 167. Candy, it's just too slow. It's never going to get a turn. So these are the defense teams I would use. You've got all the right champions to heart. You just need to spend some time in dungeons. Yeah, you just need to spend time in dungeons now. You've got a pretty good roster. Like, I assume you're running a good Dragon team. Okay, you're running a solo Nishak, okay. A solo Ice Golem Nishak. Fire Knight team with Cold Heart Martial Lead. Okay, you got an Allure, so you should be able to farm that. Spider, I assume you're doing Spider 10. Clan Boss here. I assume you're doing Ultra Nightmare Daily, which is good. So yeah, so that's what I would say to her. You've got, this is kind of like the team, like, I think at the moment, your barrier to entry to Gold 1 is going to be gear. You're just either too slow and you don't have enough you don't have enough, like, items to actually use. Right, so if I'm, like, looking at your fastest items in terms of everything except for speed, like, we've got 23, 23, that's pretty good. Like, what are we looking at in, like, speed and perception? Yeah, see, this is quite low. It's not bad, actually. It's pretty good. You've got some doubles. What about perception? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's okay, but it's 5 stars in places. What about banners? Yeah, see, this is where you'll find as well. Banner farming is a big deal. Chasing that triple roll speed is a big deal. You should be, with this level of account, be able to farm at least... Let's see, if we've got a Spider 10 hard team, we've got people who can do max HPs. We've got 1 cold heart, 2 cold hearts. We have a Hex. Do we have a burner? Yeah, you got 1 activation. And you got Chronum in here. So you could do a burn into an activation. Do need another activation. Do you? 10, 20, activate, 30. Kill them all with Hex. You could probably do... You probably got the team to do a Spider 10 hard here. So... what's the Dark Fae team? We haven't beaten it. On hard, we haven't beaten it. Yeah, this is... I think you can do... Allure should be able to do quite a lot on the Spider 10 hard. I mean, I know you've got a Morrigan. So, like, Morrigan takes the role of Lysandra in my team. Right, so if I look at my team here... Right, so if I look at my team and I go down all the way to Astronix... Yeah, so Lysandra. Lysandra's replaced by Morrigan. You got Ruella here. That basically can just be a decreased defense, but you've got a Ruella. This is basically, Fulgur is basically, you know, kill someone. So you do have a Fulgur if you want to, but you can also use your Carl. This can be Fulgur or your Carl. You've got a Whisper as well if you want to. That's just a boss killer. It can be Knut. It can be anyone. And then you've got Allure. You see how slow my Allure is? Like, these champions are not built. The only one that's built fast is Lysandra, but these champions are not built fast. So you can definitely farm 120 hard Dark Fae. And if you are, then I would... that's where your lethal gear comes from, right? So I would be 100% this month to focusing on trying to get Dark Fae on farm, and I would be looking to farm more speed gear and perception gear, and I would be looking to farm more savage gear. Those are the 3 things that you really need, and then you can start building teams around it. But those are the teams that I would start with, like this setup here, yeah, would be where I would start. Okay. Is it going to let me send a picture? That's what I would consider. Jorg is optional with it, though. But I think your barrier to entry in tier 1 is going to be... for gold 1 is going to be gear. Okay? Right, let's get to the next person. So, next person here is Elixium. So, Elixium, what is your focus on here? You want to be more proficient in offense. Okay, what? Okay, so these are your offense teams. Loading it all up now. Oh, we got a big account here. This is a bigger account. Okay, so this is Elixium's account. We're in company goal 2-3. And we are looking for improvements in offense predominantly. But we might as well have a quick look at the defense, see if there's anything we can improve here. See if there's any things that we spot. I mean, we got a good roster here already, so this is going to be good. So we got a Terrace. I feel like the Terrace is in a team... Okay. Double Necrat. It's always a good thing. Okay, so Team 1, Duchess, makes sense. Baron, I think, is a bit questionable. We'll have a look what else you've got. Is it Protection Necrets or what? Does looking at this make you look angry? No, like, it's funny, Daniel, right? I'm not upset that people have the meta. It's what I get frustrated at is I don't have the meta. I'll never be angry that someone's got all the best champions and +4. I mean, it is what it is. It's more the fact that I don't have them, so I can't play with it. I get bored because I can't compete, right? It's a self thing, it's not like envy. It's frustration that I can't actually give it a go, you know? Okay. I would actually suggest that majority of the time bolster or protection is better than Stone Skin. I don't see much value in Necrat Stone Skin because he's tanky already. It's very hard to kill a Necrat unless you're going to bring someone like a Jorgid, which is going to kill you anyway. Most of the time is what I find. Whereas if you bring him like Bolster, he'll get some healing back. So the first one's in protection, so we'll mark that as protection. Necrat here. I would suggest change the second one into either a Bolster or protection as well. We'll put Bolster for now. I think this team is fine. The only question mark I have is Baron, so we'll put that there for now. Second Duchess here makes sense. We've got Jorgid. Now, anyone who uses Necrat, make sure you always put them last in the team order. They should always be last in the team order because you want everyone that he's protecting to take damage first before he dies so that they get a shield. If Necrat is in a higher team order, Necrat will die and never give the protectees a shield. We've got Mithrala here. We've got Terrace. We've got Pythian. I'll be honest, I'm not necessarily a massive fan of Team 3 at the moment, but we'll see what you got. Helikath and... what's his name? I'll just call him Ally Protect. I forget his name. Okay, let's just go to these. How are your Duchesses built? Well, let's just have a look here. So we've got Duchesses. I'm asking you what it is. You can show me. So we've got 1 Duchess in shield set. And 1 Duchess in stone skin. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good build. It's a good build. Prioritizing HP. Death Bell, thank you. I know it was something like that. Corrigar. Call him Death Belt. Okay, so we have loads of options in this account. This is what we call a stacked account. Oop, bit of lag. There you go. Got 2 Kaimars. I really think if you have 2 Kaimars, one of them has to be in arena, right? Is there any reason why you're not using 2 Kaimars for arena in defense? Because I feel like this dude. Or which one are you using for defense? Which one are you using for PvE? I feel like this one you're using for PvE, right? This protection one. This has got to be the one you're using for PvE. I feel like this can easily go into one of your teams, right? Like, you're not building a speed team by just having your Kaimar there. But being able to reset abilities is such a powerful thing. And also you get the aura, which is always a problem for people to face. Oh man, you got a 6-star Wukong here. Jeez. Yeah, see, honestly, I think this becomes Wukong. I think he's more useful than Baron. Does Harima or Taras need to be high or low in place, or does not matter? That shouldn't matter. The key thing that matters is making sure Necra is last, so that when you get attacked as an AoE, the last person to receive damage is Necra. God, you've got so many options. It's so much fun here. There's so many ways we can build different teams. But this is where the fun comes into it. Like, look at all these legendaries we can look at. Is there anything down here that we think that we would want to consider? Anything screaming out at me that I'm like, why are we not using this champion? Doesn't look like it. Looks all pretty usual stuff here. Stuff that you would just keep because you've got better champions. There's a Jingwong, quite useful. Jingwong is exceptional Elixium into Kaimars. So if you're fighting offensively against a Kaimar, Jingwong is a hard counter to a sleep Kaimar. So if you know you're going to be fighting a Kaimar and you think he's going to be fast, you can slot the Jingwong. It will guarantee your team takes a turn. Very, very good option for that if you need a like an offense option. Other than that, he's kind of useless. We've got Kaj of the Rye. But I think you've got 2 Duchesses, so that kind of replaces the need for Kaj of the Rise and Emic. Okay, so I would definitely, personally, and I don't know what anyone thinks about this, I think Wukong's better than Baron. Just because I feel like you get more secondary and tertiary damage. You know, and it's a 6-star Wukong. So it's like... Oh, he's built debuff. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. You've built him debuff. Built debuff, so that goes back to Baron. That's fine. Absolutely fine. That's fine. You built him like how I have. Pretty good. So yeah, I think... I mind you, Candy could come into here. To be honest, I don't think the first... I think the first 3 teams are fine. I imagine at Elixium, you don't find many losses on the first 2 teams here. They're pretty good. This 3rd team, I think, could be adapted. Like, obviously, I think this comes out. It goes in like there. I think Deathbell comes out because I mean, I know Deathbell is quite good, but I think you got better options than Deathbell here to help him, right? You want to just stack up past buffs, right? So there's 2 buffs here that are unique. There's another buff here that's unique. You just want a triple buffer now. A triple buffer that ideally is in protection. Alright, so what I'd be looking at for your level of account, because you're probably a high-end player, is I'd be coming into here going, okay, give me this, this, and this, and then show me what we've got for protection. Because if you can find someone who can triple buff... So we got a dwarf. Knight Rev. Oh man, you're so close to a triple. This is absolutely disgusting. Like, I feel like this is really frustrating to look at right now. You're like one away from a triple. Because look, we got like 2 dwarven rings and we've got 2 dwarven banners. We've got 1 Knight Rev ring, 1 Knight Rev amulet, but no Knight Rev banner. We've got like a Skinwalker amulet and a Skinwalker banner, but no Skinwalker ring. A high elf amulet and a high elf ring, but no high elf banner. I'm so frustrated for you. I'm so frustrated for you, honestly, because if you can get, the reason why I'm saying, guys, if you can get 9 out of 9 protection, like for example, if Elixium gets a Knight Revenant's banner, then I would literally go this. I would be putting my Taras with Nekret. Why? Because Nekret will buff the Taras. Hopefully, if you set it up right. I don't know if it's going to work. Does he pick the highest attack? Or that? What is his... I always forget. Is it attack or HP? It might not work if it's HP. I always forget this. I should know it by now off the top of my brain. Why can't I find Nekret the Great? Undead Hordes. Oh, it's max HP. Damn it. There goes my master plan. There goes my master plan. I mean, it isn't really a problem because you make him faster and you just A3. Because what I was thinking, Elixium, right, is you basically take the triple buff, you put the triple buffs then on Taras, and now Taras all of a sudden is going to deal 15% bonus damage. But you're just like, oh, it's so frustrating. You're so close. You're so close to it. You need to get one of those Diablo items. What is it? The Ring of Royal Grandeur. So you only need 8-piece sets. Anyway, I don't know if I like the Helikath and Corrigar Deathbell. I feel like you've got a better option there, surely, to like bring another buff champion in, like someone who can triple buff for you. Honestly, I kind of like Emic as well in that team, just to annoy people. But I feel like maybe you don't get a turn potentially, but it could work. Like, you're probably not getting a turn with these champions anyway, right? Because they're pretty slow. As in, like, they're not 300 plus speed. So you're probably taking a bash before you can do anything. But I do wonder, depending on where you're using Emic, if you can go something like this, right? Because you just stack up loads of buffs. Because you'd have Unkillable, block debuffs. There'd be Taunt, Continuous Heal, Shield. You could put someone in Bolster as well to guarantee the shields. That would be like 5 buffs on everyone. Or 4 to 5 buffs. What if you built Helikath at 350 speed? I'm not a massive fan of Helikath because I think it's so easily countered. I just basically bring Ramantu. Right? And then he's useless. Which you could say for even this team, I guess. I don't think it, you know. I would just like to bring more buffs, because I don't think that team brings enough buffs, you know? You could swap Mithrala down. That would give you strength and increase defense, increase attack. Yeah, that could work. I don't necessarily know if Emic works in this top team here. So you could do that, and then basically just bring a better cleanse over here. Who have we got as a cleanser? I mean, we're talking in very like 1% improvements. I don't think you really need to change this. I'm theory crafting some potential, like, where can we improve? We would be indexing all of our cleansers into that one team, though, which is kind of not so great. But I guess we could put a Wither in there. Wait, Corrigar cleanses. I didn't realize that. Got Wither and Bolster. You've got Wither and Bolster. Yeah, okay. I mean, you could absolutely throw a Kaj of the Rye in this middle team. Like Kaj of the Rye here. Throw in a Bolster set, in a Stone Skin set or something. Just so that you guarantee you can get a cleanse out. And you get a backup revive with an increased attack as well. That's not a bad shout. Like, Kaja is basically a budget Duchess. That's the way I look at Kaja. Whenever I'm looking at Kaja, I'm like, she's kind of like, if I don't have Duchess, then I get Kaja. So you get cleanse, backup revive, bit of turn meter boosting. And then this team down here looks a lot more scary, right? Because now I've got, like, block. So he's going to bring 1 debuff, 2. She's going to bring shield, strengthen, increased defense. So 3 unique buffs. He's going to bring continuous heals and a shield. So 2 for everyone. So that's like, you know, like 6 buffs per team times 4. So you've got 24 buffs. That's a lot. That is a lot. You get a revive and Pythian. As long as the Pythian can take it and not die, you should be fine. Right, and you could basically put him in Bolster. So you guarantee yourself a starter shield. Jorgid, Savage, Cruel. Let's just get like a... So these 2 should be in this. Savage, Lethal. Like, Duchess can... I think Stone Skin Duchess is really good. It's a really frustrating to fight, but you don't have to. You can go absolutely a Bolster one if you want, or even a Protection one. It's really up to you. Elva can be whatever you want. Protection Elva is probably the best option if you were to put her in a set. Protection Elva is very, very annoying. Because you can't get away. You can't get behind the veils. In terms of the Baron, I think potentially on defense, Candrathon might be better here. I know it's a bit like overprotective. I'm just wondering if it's better because you get more like raw damage output. And Elva plus Gandhi is really good. But other than that, we're basically piecemealing. So just in terms of what you wanted for offense, we've got some preset teams here. No, I'm doing the fusion, Daniel. I need to do champion training tomorrow. Would loading up Turvol with the protection buffs work? Keep in mind the protection set score does not need to be protected. You just need to be at 9 out of 9 to get the damage bonus, and then whoever places the buffs with the 9 out of 9 protection will give that champion damage bonuses. But it's it doesn't need to be actually a protected buff to give the damage bonus. So in terms of offense teams, this team is great. I would suggest you probably... So if my usual offense team is Arbiter, Liss, Romantu, Jorgid, like Baron. Which just basically kills most things, except for Rotus. But Jorgid would replace Baron because he's a better champion for it. And you could probably, if you wanted to, drop the Lissandra or something like that for your Arbiter double here. But that's absolutely fine. This could work for just mass buffing. I would actually just drop the Necra and bring in the Mithrala here for Team 1. Like, Mithrala, Pythian, Duchess is stupid with Taras. So many buffs. Absolutely stupid. And you get double cleanse. You get double revive. It's going to be really hard for them to get Taras if you want to run that type of team. Often you'll run into, like, some sort of Ultimate Death Knight team. That's when I would actually be using your Wukong, right? So, for example, if I show you some of my tag team options that I do, I know I'm down in gold too. I've just been slacking, basically. Oh, we had a battle finally. And we got triple beat. Okay. Well, he has got a +3 Rotus, and he's got a Terras. I mean, I'm going to lose triple to that. Oh, look. We had a Cupidus off. He won his Cupidus off. It's fair enough. So, like, offensively, this is the type of team that I fight into Ultimate Death Knight. Elixium. It's like, I put my Wukong fast, because your Wukong is built exactly the same way as I do. And then I basically just set it up with some sort of guaranteed win condition. So, for example, you've got a... I don't think we got block revive, do we? We do. Yeah, it doesn't come up, though. Like Constantine? No. Inithri? No. So, you could, if you wanted to, build a Phenax. Build that exact same team with your team that you've got there. Because the idea, what you do is you come in with the Wukong, you aid to the Ultimate Death Knight, then you go look for someone else, kill their win condition, and then you just beat them down one by one. That pretty much beats every single Ultimate Death Knight team. Outside of the fact that I resist. But you've got a... you've got a very high accuracy 6-star, right? 784. You're not going to resist against pretty much most average Ultimate Death Knights. And even if you are finding you're resisting, you adapt the team and you take out, say, Necrat or someone and bring in the Lady Kimmy. So... let's play nice. We're all jealous of this account because it's a very cool account. This is what... So, someone was saying before, will I get mad? Like, what was it? I'm going to get mad at looking at all these champions. For me, what's fun for like someone like Elixium's position is he's got a lot more of the meta available to him. So he can have a lot more fun. You can build so many more different team compositions because you don't get forced down into a requirement phase. Because he's got, like, Terrasses available to him. Because he's got a Kaimar available to him. Because he's got a Jorgid. Because he's got a 6-star Wukong here. He's got far more options. I say he. I'm assuming it's a he. Most of my audience is a he. I'm assuming Elixium's building... you know, you can have a lot more fun. You can build so many different diverse teams because you've got so much available to you. You've got a Gothred, which gives you a safety net. You've got... so much fun. As a Heffrack you can build in Stone Skin. When you have a little bit more of the meta, you have more fun, and that's where my frustration comes from. It's not that I'm jealous of other people, it's because I wish I could have the same level of fun, you know. That's kind of like where I'm at. So what I was saying, back on topic, if you're fighting offensively, one of your presets that you've got here, I can't see anything with the Sun Wukong. I would be building like that kind of lock out the Ultimate Death Knight into like a block revive. You could just bring the Terrasse too, but they could just get revived. Normally what I end up doing is I end up like, assume if I can find an example of a team that I would normally fight. Like this team here. This top team is a classic example of what I would use this team for, right? Phenax is a hard counter into Harima. This would normally put you into a lot of pressure. What you would want to do is come in, use him to knock out, like knock this out. And what you can do if you want to make this like a little bit more viable is drop this. If I bring Timit, right? Let's just play this particular team through. I know, I'm going to get cancelled for saying it. Right, so normally this would be a problem. So we just do that. Then we can bring... I was actually thinking go first with increased accuracy, right? So even if you're worried about the resistance level, bring increased accuracy so that you can definitely apply that A2. That's a little bit annoying. Now we just have to kind of like break away through here. If we can kill this before Harima scales, it's really, really good, right? So all we're doing is we're just killing the Harima. Once Harima's dead, this team will lose. Right? Double block revive. This team is over now. This team is useless. And because you've got Lady Kimmy, you could build Lady Kimmy really fast to deal with that issue. You see that I haven't got quite enough accuracy. Well, if you bring someone with increased accuracy, you shouldn't have as much problems. And normally, if they're building that much resistance, they're going to die very fast. Yeah, increased accuracy goes on, fear goes on. So now I can basically strip the buffs. So that's how I would set up one of your presets, Elixium. Lead it with your super fast Wukong to take out Ultimate Death Knights. Because for anyone watching, what I'm basically trying to show is how do you deal with what you're likely to face in offense. So he's likely going to face at the level at gold 3, gold 4, quite high resist Ultimate Death Knights. That is what Wukong is very good at beating. High resist Ultimate Death Knights. Because he just puts them into sheep form, and that gives you time to actually kill people around him. This team's probably going to fail because I got sheeped. Yeah, this one's bad. I haven't rebuilt my Cupidus yet into Savage with my other stuff. This is what I was saying about my standard speed team as well, Elixium. So I'm going double boost into just lockout passive. So like if there's a Marichka or Taras or something else. And then normally, even with Stone Skin, my Baron will breach the Stone Skin. And then we can just drop the turn meter. Normally. I say normally. We're probably going to get all my team killed there. It's fine. We're going to have a one-off. Here we go. I should win. Because Romantu's problem is he does too much damage. Boom, boom. This song is a bit creepy, isn't it? So, the top team is Ultimate Death Knight counter. The bottom team here is how I would suggest you can run just a quick, simple speed team. You do have one which is like Arbiter, Kimmy, Kaimar, Jorgid. I would suggest probably, like, that's probably fine. That's the same model. The only thing I would suggest is Lysandra is a better turn meter manipulator than Kimmy. Although you do have a +2. Right? So you do have a +2. And then your third team here, you can use one of your combinations you've got here offensively. You can go for a bomb option. I can see you've got like Nishak into Kimmy. That's a pretty good option. You can go for another reset option. So yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not much I can really help you because I would imagine, if I'm being honest, you're a little bit more advanced on this than I am, right? It's almost like the student trying to teach the teacher here. I think you've got a great roster. Like, I wouldn't bother investing in someone like a Solus. Let me just show the screen I'm looking at here. I wouldn't bother investing in someone like a Solus unless I pulled a Siphi, really, because I feel like like Siphi Solus is the combo you want. Obviously, you don't have things like Marichka yet. You don't have a Yumiko, but a Kaimar's pretty good. One, as I said, the counter you could do is if you're finding you're struggling against very fast Kaimars, use a Jingwon counter to guarantee yourself a turn. That's one champion you could look to invest in if you want to try and find some more counters offensively. This Jingwon is perfect for countering Kaimar. He's very, very good. And yeah, I think you're in a great position. You probably do want to adjust it. As I said, like, I don't see much value in Stone Skin Ultimate Death Knights. I think either a protection set or a bolster set is always just better for him. I just feel like it gives you more value to the team, and Necrit's all about the team. I think the builds we've got here, like if we look at Jorgid, Taha, if you're still watching, this is what I'm saying about the difference in the reason why you probably will struggle to get into Gold 1. This is obviously a Gold 4, Gold 3 build, but this is what I was on about in terms of the numbers, the strength of builds. This is a top tier build that isn't even maxed. Because look at the banner we're using. We're trying to get some refreshes, right? We didn't get attack on this top row here, so we're missing like 240 attack. But this is a top build. This Jorgid will kill everything. Nobody is surviving against this Jorgid. It's going to kill everything. It's probably not a problem because it's protected behind a... He's gonna get basically A1s. You know, he's gonna get A1s from Necret, so it won't be a problem for this. Yeah, well, we're not talking about live arena, though. We're talking about tag team, right? We're specifically talking about tag team. This will kill everything that it faces in tag team arena. Because you can basically pick up the fights you want. Jorgen's going to go A1. If you got lucky, his A1 would kill a Taras with this build. It's really strong. So, you know, that's a very good build. Wukong, perfect build for debuffing, 784. I'd like him to go faster, maybe. Elixium, so like your goal here now is like maybe swap these boots for a speed boot with accuracy. Like this boot is a good area for you to improve on. I know you've gone a little bit more defensive, but I actually think just trying to get like 20 to 30 more speed would help you a lot more. Just helps his rotational ability. Like I think the boot is the biggest area of improvement here. Taras build, let's have a look. Yeah. What blessing have we got in Taras? Water the Fallen, built correctly. Savage, Cruel. Probably want more HP. If we can get it. But otherwise, good. Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, yeah, exactly. You're going to pick Taras, right? And they're going to ban your Taras. So, there's ways around it, so... Yeah, that's the good setup, Wash Guy, basically. You knock them down with the Wukong, and then you basically kill their win condition, right? So in Tag Team Arena, when you look here, pretty much every team has a win condition. So what you want to do when you're doing Tag Team Arena is figure out what they're trying to achieve in their team and beat the win condition. So this top team here, essentially the concept is stop you from attacking my Harima. My Harima then scales and then you can't win, right? Well, the biggest thing that's stopping me from killing the Harima is the Ultimate Death Knight. So if I take the Ultimate Death Knight out and I block revive the Harima, this team can't do anything because there's no damage. It's an all in the Harima eggs basket using the team to keep her alive. So if you can isolate the Harima and kill it, which Fenax is a hard counter for Harima, right? Fenax is the hard Harima counter. Why? Strong affinity. Secondary thing is, if it's with a Kaimar, it doesn't really matter because I don't need other abilities. I block revive on that A1, right? It's very strong. In terms of faction, she can't really like slow him down. He also has excess damage on his A1, which means even if you lose a bit of ignore defense, it's still going to one-shot Harima that hasn't scaled yet. So absolutely, like, Fenax is a very hard counter. Yeah, but Ragash doesn't block revive, right? So what I'm saying is he's a hard counter because you basically one-shot it and then it can't come back. Whereas you can revive the Harima and then Ragash is going to go again. So in terms of like accessibility, it's an epic champion. You don't need legendary books or anything like that. He just needs an increased attack with him. He struggles if he hasn't got increased attack, but so does Ragash if he hasn't got increased defense. So you know, that's what I would do there. Right, let's have a look who else is on the list that I've missed. So I'm just having a look to see if anyone asked me. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Oh yeah, Jessica asked as well. Jessica, you here? I think you are. So yeah. So after Jessica, it's basically an open room. We'll get added to the list. We'll work down basically whoever messages me first, but we'll do Jessica first. Right, okay. So Jessica's got lots of different options, but we're just looking to build a team. What tag team rank are you in at the moment, Jessica? Did you send me your defenses? Can't together mess. Okay, so we just need to build a complete different one here. Okay. Yeah, what rank? You're bronze 3. Right, okay. So the goal is, can we basically figure out a good set of champions that you can work towards to build yourself some good arena teams? You've got some great champions. I know this because I've seen your account before, so that's what the goal is here. What can we do? So obviously gearing will be a early game thing here. So again, like we can have a look. Am I sharing the right view? Let's have a look how your dungeon grinding has been going. Okay, so we do need to get more speed boots. But, you know, dungeon grinding is a thing we're aware of. Let's have a look at the crit damage with crit rates. Okay, so we've got some 2 here. Okay, it's fine. What about overall? Oh, we do have some good gloves there. That's decent. Okay, so you're kind of in a little bit of a situation that Taha's in, where gear is obviously a thing, but also like direction. So you kind of want to know what champions with what tier. What the hell? Why have we got a spooky playlist? That's weird. Right, so what are you coding up here? Right, so let's see. What teams are we going to build here? Yeah, gear is a process. Gear is always a process. I'll let you know how you can be added to the list once I have finished this one. I need to find a system really for it, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. Right, so we've got some good 6-star champions here, and we've got some good options. So let's just have a look at the legendary options first. We'll see if we can build an offense team. Okay, so we've got an ethos. I would definitely say an ethos. Let me just do this. So what are our win conditions on each team first? Ethos is 100% one of them. What do we got then here? Probably Ragash is another one. And I'm trying to be mindful that you don't want to be investing necessarily in champions just for arena at this phase. So we're trying to keep that in mind, that we want to try and get a little bit more like champions that can actually benefit you overall. So that's what I'm keeping in mind when I'm thinking about these things. I mean, Wukong could be done. How's your Wukong built at the moment? Is he built for damage? Not really. He's built for debuffing. Okay, that's fine. So he's not a win condition here. I mean, the Supreme Alhain is who I would look towards, but it's keeping them alive, which is the challenge. I mean, we could put the Supreme Alhain behind something. So in terms of like support, Astroleth's pretty strong. Dark, Kira the Watcher. That's a blind seer there, that's not bad. It's 5-star seer powering up. 4-star whisper. That's what we like to see. Okay. Good luck, Taha. No worries. Good luck. Yeah, there is a Helikath there. Is it leveled? I didn't see. Is there a Helikath there? I'm blind. No, it's not leveled. Okay. Could be very good generally anyway, because Helikath is good for later on. It's whether or not we can get turns here, right? So we have to work around this. So Ultimate Death Knight's going to be in one of these teams. Probably not the Ragash team, but one of these teams. He's going to be in one of those teams. I think we have to put the speed team on defense here. I don't know what you guys think, but I think because of the limited factors, I think we just have to play the fact we're in Bronze 4. We will probably win more speed races than we will lose. So maybe we need to like work on like maybe that. Yeah, I mean, we could do this, but then we would need an increased attack champion. So what kind of increased attack champions have we got, right? I feel like Ethos goes into one of these somewhere. Like, Ethos is built in a bit of a weird build at the moment, but that's because we haven't quite got Savage Cruel. I would be looking to be rebuilding him in Savage Cruel. Increased attack. So we've got a lot of increased attack options. We absolutely could go something like that for now. But we also got to be mindful some of these champions are going to be built for clan boss, so they may be squishy, but it's fine. Ragash, I think, goes with Mithrala. Pythian here. I think what we have to do with this is focus on trying to make 2 good teams and then try to make a 3rd team somewhat capable. I kind of like Blind Seer for this. Yeah, it doesn't, does it? We could actually do this. Does that just get 1 shot? Maybe. It might just get 1 shot. Let's put this down here a second. Put this up here. I think we just go Arbiter. Like a double boost team. I know we should never do double boost team on defenses, but I think in this situation, it's probably the best course of action for Team 3. I mean, I would do this, personally. Yeah, we're doing tag team tonight, Darky. Hey, Seth, gone to Silver 2 with your team recommendations. Got to do some re-gearing to push even higher. Thanks. Awesome. It's good to hear. Just go deep. Could do. I'm thinking in my brain here at the same time. Thylesia. How's your faction wars, Jessica? You progressing still? You still got some to do? Like, what's your Night Revenants like? You got Karin on here. You got Minaya? Oh, you don't. That's a shame. Because, let's just see what you've got from that faction. What I'm trying to do is think of teams that, champions we can build that will help you progress in that area as well, like Double Dip. Oh man, you got Double Theodore. That's probably going to make that much easier. I would say Thylesia. Or go. So basically go boost, boost into drop defense into nuke. Pythian, Blind Seer, Mithrala, Ragash is double revive, plus we have decreased defense, and we also have Mithrala giving increased defense. Then Elva, Helicath, Ultimate Death Knight. You could make him a win condition. And then we just throw something annoying on the first one. It could be Emic. Like, obviously, long term, we could look at Mortu, but short term, that's a waste, really. I don't think you'd ever use Mortu anywhere else. It's like a very specialist pick, and I wouldn't want to invest in a specialist pick at this level of progression of an account. Yeah, you can do that. So the reason why I suggest Thylesia is she's normally the hard carry of Fire Knight 21. Thylesia is so good for that. And Golden Reaper also has an incredibly high base speed, so you can leverage a better speed off of her abilities. Just trying to think whether Helicath's the win condition. And if he is the win condition, who do we put alongside it? Yeah, she's really good. I used her for a while on my account. I mean, we could throw an old school Cephalia. I'm wondering, do we make Helicath the win condition, or do we bring someone else to be the win condition alongside Helicath? I would say probably make Helicath the win condition and just enable him further. Somehow. Just trying to think how we would enable him further. Magnar. Don't think there's a Magnar, is there? Oh, there is a Magnar. Yeah, we could do a Magnar. Yeah, Martyr. What are we using Martyr for at the moment, Jessica? Are we using Martyr for anything? Are you using Martyr for anything at the moment? Okay, well, throw Martyr in here then. Martyr actually hits quite hard as well. So this is almost like soften them, eventually they'll die. I don't know how successful it'll be, but I think what we've got to think is you're in Bronze 4. So this would 100% work probably for Silver 2, at least. So you're in Silver as a starting point. Then you're in, like, a territory where you can start getting some things like Bones Void Shards and a few other things. Like, you can start getting accessories. You can get stuff right. Why not Wukong in that team? Because the Wukong is built in a debuff setup. So debuff Wukong doesn't work on defense. I would definitely build it on an offense team, right? So this would be an offense team, basically. This is like drop defense. It could be anyone, right? Anyone that does drop defense. It could be Thylesia, it can be Ugo, it could be anyone who drops defense. Then I would build the second team as a Wukong lead. Sorry, just get rid of this a second. So he would be in Stone Skin. Would we probably put him in a Stone Skin one turn so he gets a turn? You're probably not going to have much Stone Skin, so I'm not going to recommend lots of Stone Skin. But Ultimate Death Knight has to be in 2 turns, so Stone Skin. Wukong. You would never mix speed with go second in defense. Where am I mixing speed with go second? I'm saying there's 1 speed team and 2 go second teams. I'm saying for Bronze 4 and the level of account we've got here, I think the speed team and the gear, you can't really stretch the gear to go without it. So one of these teams has to be exactly the same as offense. It's just a reality. She's not. I've just got in speed boost, Kyle. So, like, what I'm saying is Golden Reaper. So you wouldn't make Arbiter your fastest champion. You'd make Golden Reaper. Okay? Yeah, this is bronze 4, so the goal is how can we get to like silver 2, right? Set a direction to move the account forward to go towards silver 2. That's the goal. We're not looking to get to gold, or we're just trying to get to silver and get a direction of good team structures. So yeah, you'd put your speed gear on Golden Reaper because it has 112 base speed, where Arbiter's only 110. So this should be the fastest champion. That's why I put it there. You know, like Mithrala could go and lead here, for example. Alva goes there. I think Wukong comes in here because you got it as debuff. Who would we pair this with? On offense as well? I don't know. Like, what are we trying to achieve there? We're taking up 2 slots that don't really have any win conditions. Yeah, there's no channel for it. We're going to be just doing it in here. You could DM me, Lufty. But I haven't... Just hold on a second. Let me finish this, then I'll set it up. Yeah, but remember this Wukong is this Wukong has been built as a debuffer, high accuracy, high speed. So Wukong isn't here to do damage. So that team you're recommending won't work. You've got to put it in the context of the way this Wukong has been built for deep debuffing, not damage. And to be honest, with an Ethos on the account, like we probably, and a Ragash, we don't need it, right? Like one of these teams are going to be Ragash again. There's also Supreme Elhain, right? So Supreme Elhain could be built for damage. And a Rhonda. It's actually 2 martyrs. Emmett could be used somewhere. Built on decent speed. Mithrala with Ragash and Elhain with Wukong. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just wondering, like, we are spreading the gear thin, I know. I would definitely just run this one as another team. And then maybe bring this to here. And then revive. So the reason why I'm saying don't use Wukong on defense but use it on offense is Wukong can be used to be targeting towards the Ultimate Death Knight, right? So this team would be like counter alter UDK. This one would be match and speed. And then this one would be random. There isn't anything at the moment. There's no sign up form or anything. We'll figure that out in a minute. I think that could work. And again, this would be Savage Lethal, Savage Lethal. That could work. Yeah, exactly. Like, Wukong can steal stuff and basically drop defense, like sheep out the Ultimate Death Knight. We bring, like, this would be like Pythian or Seer, Blind Seer. This would be a drop defense here. So I think that's good. I think that's the way I would do it. That's what I would start at. Is start in this situation here and work my way towards, you know, using these champions. But gearing is like your main focus as well. You want to farm more Savage. I would definitely be putting time into getting more speed boots and building them up. And also continuing to progress in other areas of the game. Like, make sure you get all your dungeons on stage 20 farms, at least. And start climbing Doom Tower. Now, if you can get to, like, Doom Tower... Like, how high are we climbing Doom Tower at the moment, Jessica? Can Emic be in place of Ultimate Death Knight? Not really. He can go alongside Ultimate Death Knight, but not in replacement. Because what Ultimate Death Knight is going to do is he's going to stop people from being able to target and kill, one-shot your team. He's not really... Like, it's not that you can't use him. It's just he's not to be used in replacement of Ultimate Death Knight. I would use him alongside or in another team. So like, for example, Emmett can absolutely go into this offense team to force them to attack you instead of that. It's not necessarily great because Ethos loses drop defense. Or he can go in replacement of, say, Mithrala so that Ragash has more time. But you can't... I don't really think you can replace Ultimate Death Knight with someone because he just does something no one else can do, which is stop teams from attacking him. Yeah, so I think this is where I would start, and then I would farm gear. How are you doing in Doom Tower? How's your progression state in Doom Tower? I can see we've got, like... So we got up to stage... What's this? Normal. Okay. Okay, so 60. So, like, Bommel is probably going to be a bit of a blocker for you, but you have the Nishak, right? You've got this dude. He can one-shot Bommel. Even on, like 90 will be the hard point. That's going to be tough. But definitely 10 you can get past. Right? What I would do to beat 10 is I would bring Arbiter, Gnishak. I would bring... Do we have an enemy max HP in here of some sort? Oh, you've also got Geomancer. You can run Geomancer in there as well. Like, you could use him as a boost. We need an ally attacker. Yeah. Like, let me show you. You got Gnut. Yeah. You have got Gnut. Where is Gnut? Yeah, Gnut. So that makes it easy. Let me show you what I did for Bommel last time. Can I pick a floor here? Dark Fae, Nether Spider. Where's my Bommel team? That's my Bommel team here. Right, this is my Bommel team. I got 1 max HP nuke, 1 ally attacker, 1 weaken with increased attack, and then I'm just RNGing it over and over again. I got there eventually. It's an unbooked Nishak. Right, just scale his attacks up. But you can do it with Geomancer, you can do it with Gnut as well. Like, Gnut can come in and basically A3 instead. So you should be able to get past the Bommel wave. If you get stuck, you can message me or drop a message in Discord. There's a bunch of us will help. So I would try and push this rotation to try and get lethal farming. Because if you can start farming some hard Doom Tower gear from Dark Fae, that will propel your damage dealers, which will propel your tag team. So there you go. That's a good starting point. We probably will need to iterate over that a little bit more. But that's a good starting point. It's a direction for you. Dark Fae is fine once you get the balance. It's all about the balance. You can actually use Ethos as your weakened champion as well, but he would need accuracy, so it's not ideal. But you can use him as a weakened champion as well. So, but yeah, if you can climb the hard tower, this is the best rotation in the game, in my opinion, because lethal is just so good. Stico asked last stream, and those were the first ones asking, so we'll see after this list. Kind of hard-coded those. Okay. So Stico asked... Okay, so what time is it? It is 1:15. So we can probably get through at least some of these. So let's try and speed run of these. So Stico... So the list is going to be... Can I add a text box in here? I need to think of a better system for this, and I will come up with something so that we can do it more often. Can I just have text? Tag list. And then we're just going to have... That's very big. Why is that so big? Go. That. Go. And then we just put this. I don't know where am I going to put this. I'm running out of space on this thing now. Let's just shrink this down a bit more. Right, what was the list here? Right, so I apologize if people have been sitting around hoping to get a turn. I need to improve the timings of this, but this is the list we're going to work through. That might take me up to hard limit because it's already like 11:45 and I don't really want to be up all night. So, Stiko, do you want to send me... Oh, let's add Dennis to the list. He did ask me as well. That should be enough. Oh, what have I done? Oh, I've done something else. I don't want grid mode. How do I turn off grid mode? How do I turn off grid mode? Oh my god, what have I done? List mode. There we go. We'll try and get through these as best as I can. So, Stiko, do you want to send me a list? The details? You want to be on the list next time? Yeah, I'm going to set up a room or something. That will make it better. This is a bit like messy. Messy. Yeah, exactly. I can do a bot that can take on Discord, adds names to an Excel sheet. That's a great idea, SGD. That's what I need to do. So that's probably what I'll need to do. So if people want to, like, I'll set it up, but you can join my Discord here. Right, so if you're not on the list today, you'll be on it next time, which will probably be Monday, I would imagine. You don't want to do 3v3, I know, right? Yeah, so DM me your account share link. Let me see if I can find you here. Stiko, have you sent me a list? Bear with me a second. A few little administrative things. There we go, Stiko. Okay, what is your goal, Stiko? We're going to try and speedrun some of these, but still be helpful. I don't want to, like, disadvantage some people. So, Stiko, what are you struggling with the most? Is it offense, defense? What's the goal? You don't recall. So there's 3 ways you can beat Bommel. Okay, the first way is you just bomb it with Gnishak and Gnut. So basically throw some bombs on it, put Weaken on the boss and just one-shot it. Option 2 is you do some sort of weird Geomancer thing. I can't remember exactly what you do, but you can use Geomancer to, like, do lots of damage to it. And option 3 is you just basically have like two Godseeker and Ares, 2 Vogoths, and just out heal it. That's another option. You can also solo it with someone like Samar Gemcursed or someone like Crusader or whatever it is, Templar. There's also another one that can do it. There's loads of different solos. Those are the 3 options, right? The best one is the one-shot one. So if you've got a Gnishak and you've got Gnut, or if you've got some like Fergan Isbale, like if you've got a good bomb champion that has a high bomb multiplier, you can one-shot it. Yeah, Lady Annabelle. Or Yumiko. Yeah, there's Burangiri, there's loads of them. Would Geomancer and Emic work? Maybe. Yeah, you can. I don't know if he ignores Unkillable. I can't remember. Right, Stiko. I want to stay in gold 1. Just got here. I fell a lot, so my defense is paper thin. Okay, so we're looking at defense teams essentially. Can you screenshot me your current defense? that would be great. If you can just give me a screenshot of your current defense. War Mother can do it. She's got a good bomb multiplier for bosses. It's not... It's close. War Mother can do it, Aaron. The problem is, can you get enough bombs out with everything else? But Gnut will take 30%, so you might be able to do like a Gnut with another max HP, with a Weaken, and with War Mother. It might be enough. Especially at lower difficulties, right? 90 might be tricky, but 10 should clear it out comfortably. Yes, actually, unless it's protected buffs. That buff removal will ruin you. Are you on mobile, Stiko? Let me see if I can put these up here. Okay, so these are the 3 defense teams we've got. Okay, so right, so these are the defense. What do we got here? So we've got a Kaimar, Helikath, Uko, Stultus, a Mortu, Elva, Krisk, and Pythian, and then a speed team. So yeah, speed team. I mean, it's never a good idea to put speed on defense, but Yumiko is obviously scary. Good night, Jay. So that is possible, right? Let's have a look at the roster then. Let's see what we've got available to us. Rarity, legendaries. So whenever we do this, the first thing we should always look at is there a legendary we're not using that we should be using? Right, so we have a second Pythian. That could be tempting. Loads of Tomb Lords. We've got a Gaius. Okay, a Vizier. We do have 2 Alsgors. Another Supreme Elhain. We've got a Jag Bonesaw. So, you know, what I will say is if you get a Astrolith, I don't think I see an Astrolith here. If you pick up an Astrolith, you can easily build the single target bomb into bomb spread team. For offense battles, it's very good. For defense, not good. For offense, very good. We have an Emic. Is that only 1 Emic? Or is that 2 Emics? I think that's only 1 Emic. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Rhonda, maybe. Okay, no real. We got a Goffred. Okay. Okay, so let's take this first team. How is this Kaimar built? It's kind of built in the middle of nowhere. It's not super fast. Okay. Why no speed on defense? Because if I see you're building a speed team, I can literally just put anything, right? So, for example, right, just taking my team. When I'm looking at these teams here, and I'm going to go, okay, let's see, what do we got? What do we got here? Let me refresh this, find myself a better team to look at. Let's see this team down here, yeah? I just do this. So because I know I'm probably going to lose the speed race, I just let you whack into my Cupidus that's got stone skin, and you're just going to get killed because it's a very high risk scenario. It's basically either you kill me or you're going to die. When you got a defense team, essentially there's more opportunities to succeed. And a speed team has 1 opportunity to succeed. I go first and I one-shot you. If I don't one-shot you and I don't go first, that team is always going to lose, right? This team will always lose against a team like this. The only thing with this team is if I lose my stone skin. Right, if I do lose my stone skin in this team, we are in trouble. But again, look what I can do to mitigate this risk. Right, Crushing Rend is a bad decision here. It should be Lightning Cage. Because Crushing Rend is giving you nothing. It's giving you like 4% ignore defense or 6% ignore defense. It's really bad. So we can do that. This second team, we would do this. We probably would take out him and we would put in the Necret the Great, right? So we would build a team around this. We're going to set something up in Discord for future streams. There's a short list here we're going through. We're going to be looking at Seeker. So this is why Romantu is still really good here. I didn't get polymorphed. Now I'm going to one-shot everyone. So that speed team still works. This is annoying. So it's kind of like, I've got to do this. Get rid of the Ultimate Death Knight. Now it's a kind of case if I want to kill the Pythian as quickly as I can. So don't have to deal with that. Actually, I'll take the buffs here. Now, to some extent, you should never match up Necret against Ultimate Death Knight. Necret against Helikath. Because Necret, it can get countered quite hard. Because he ignores shields. So, I'm just trying to get to the second team here. Let's put him to sleep. Song. Let's just give him block debuffs again. See how he kind of like ignores any shield benefit? He's very good. Like, Helikath is very good at countering Necret because you can basically just kill the protected ally very easily. Because a lot of Necret's defensive capabilities is shield. So here, like, speed now. He might win this purely because he took my Stone Skin. But again, look how he didn't one-shot me. He might still win. But that's the risk with a speed team there. If I was able to not lose Stone Skin, I would have won that. Kimmy was the only one that made that possible. So there is some merits to it, but Kimmy taking the Stone Skin was why I lost that. It's unfortunate. Also, Hegemon on defenses is fun with this team because I'll just one-shot that team. Like, this team at top here is designed to be an Arix team. So, like, I could just do that. And again, we can just set the team up like this. Probably wouldn't use him for this. I'd probably do that, and I would probably just set up a... Probably that. Yeah. We'll get to your things in a second, Stiko. Sorry, I just got distracted. So this team here is designed to basically lock people out, and then they're trying to use the Arix. But look at the problem. Right? There's only one win condition here, which is Arix. This is actually a weird team. I don't even know what they've done here, because Arix is like designed to one-shot or something, and I'm just going to kill the Arix. They kind of put like a defense option with a speed team, but you see what I mean? If the speed team doesn't just one-shot you, it's just so easy to counter, which is why you don't do speed teams on defense. You can absolutely use them on offense like I'm doing. Pick the team I want. Cool. Got rid of his passive. I'm going to kill it. Right? Can do that absolutely fine. Just don't put it on defense because you're basically showing your hand. A lot of the times with defense, what you want to do is try and hide your strategy. Right? You want to try and basically disguise what you're trying to do. If you can do that, you're in for a good position. Okay, well, that was annoying. That was unlucky. There we're just kind of hoping for we get a... Alright. Sometimes it's just like Necret's A1 is just very frustrating at times. Cool. Get some more points. But yeah, that's why you don't put speed teams. Yeah, I mean, if you've got like 3... So the thing is, it's all within context. I'm talking about the average person a little bit. So the average person probably can't build 400 speed times 3. You may be able to get 1 to 400 speed, but even that is a push. If you can get 3 times 400 speed heroes, put 3... Nobody's going to beat your speed, probably. And even if they do beat one of them, they won't beat the other 2. And if you've got good, strong win conditions on the other 2, then you're going to win. Speed is very much just a case of, can you beat whatever they're going to do to stop you from being, like, killing them? So, for example, if I'm fighting a speed team, I'm putting things that I know will stop the speed team from one-shotting me. So if I've got a champion like Jorgid that's going to ignore my defense, or if I've got Taras that will one-shot me through Stone Skin, or if I've got champions that I can just guarantee that is going to, like, mean that whatever things you try to put in to stop me from killing you, it's not going to work, and I know I can go first, then a speed team is fine. But that is like, if 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 all comes positive to my favor, then I win. You're not likely to get that outcome. More often than not, you're going to fail before you win. So from a defense point of view here, is this team I think is fine, right? The Krisk is questionable. The only reason why I say Krisk is questionable is he's just like a free block buffs for a Lady Kimmy. I'm always thinking if I see Krisk, I'm going to run Lady Kimmy because it just gives me a guaranteed free block buffs, which I don't want to have. So, but there is an Elva with it, so that's not really a problem. You have got double cleanse, so yeah, it's probably pretty good. How's the Mortu built? Solid. Yeah, solid. Yeah, absolutely fine. So I think that team's fine. Mortu lead, Elva, Krisk, Pythian. We'll have a look if there are better options, but I think that team is absolutely fine from a defense perspective. This would obviously be in Stone Skin. I would suggest this is in Bolster, because I think the Bolster shield on top of the Krisk shield will give you so much effective HP. The only risk you have with this team is, like, what if they don't touch the Mortu? So, like, you can run a bit of a damage Krisk. Stiko, just, like, run a bit of a damage Krisk here, because if they don't touch the Mortu, and it might surprise people. So a lot of people forget that Krisk can actually smack a little bit. You do get buff extension there as well. I think Stultus being on one of your defenses makes sense. I think with a Kaimar makes sense. Kaimar is in a little bit of, like, nowhere. And what I mean by he's in a little bit of a nowhere is he's not fast enough to be able to debuff, but he's squishy enough to die, but he has enough accuracy. So if you're going to use him, like, we need to keep him alive. So I feel like, you know, as much as I hate to say it, Ultimate Death Knight's going to have to be in one of these teams. I hate to say it, but, you know, just because I don't like to use him doesn't mean that nobody else can't use him. What do we got going on here then? I feel like Gothred could come in. Pretty good. Yumiko. Oof. I feel like Yumiko might need to be, but then you might want to use Yumiko more offensively. Oh, you got two. You've got 2 Yumikos. All right. Oh, that's better. Right, I see it now. Okay. That's 2 Yumikos, man. 2 Yumikos. It's crazy. He's crazy. Okay. I feel like we have to use Kaimar. I mean, what you can do... What you can do, right, is... It depends. What are you actually using your Kaimar for, Stiko? Because one popular build is the Resist Kaimar. So you don't use him for a sleep, you just use him for a reset. As like an anti-lockout counter. It's more offensively. But... You could, so that's what I would suggest you could do. I don't know if it works on defense, but a lot of people use like a high resist Kaimar to basically be a counter for the lockout. So you basically counter the lockout by resetting. And they can't reset your Kaimar because he's got high resist, but he goes relatively slow. I definitely think you're going to have Gothred in one of these teams. Probably not in the team that Ultimate Death Knight's in. Man, you got 2 Gnoots as well. Like, this account is like loving life. 2 Yumikos, a Kaimar, 2 Gnoots. Like, you must be just one-shotting everything. Did we see a Tony the Tiger? Oh, there's a Tony the Tiger. Yeah, okay. So, So we've got 3 win conditions. Now it's all about how do we protect it. I think Ultimate Deathnet and Gothred are protecting the others. It's like, who do we put on these other teams? Like, honestly, I would literally just put Yumiko on one of the teams to scare the crap out of people. Because people are not going to want to fight it. And then we just need a reviver here. Right, so Uko. Honestly, Uko, Yumiko, Ultimate Death Knight, Ragash sounds like horrificness. It sounds awful. It just sounds like I don't want to fight that. Like, I would look at it and go, it's just going to be hell. I'm going to lose my buffs. Yumiko's going to lock me out. Then Ultimate Death Knight's going to stop me from getting Ragash, and Ragash is going to one-shot me. It just sounds awful. So that sounds really good. Yeah, you could pick whatever you want with the Yumiko. I would make one of them relatively tanky on that team because you don't want to get one shot. Probably you want him in bolster. I don't know what to set up the first team at though. How do we set up the Stultus? Like there's a Mithrala there we could do. We used Alva, yeah, we've used Alva. Oh, you've got 2 Necmo Thars. What is going... How have you managed to pull, like, the best duplicates you could possibly get? Because the things you want duplicates of are Kaimars, Yumikos, Gnoots, and Necmo Thars at the moment because of Hydra and Arena. That's just bonkers. Oh, yeah, I've got a Cupidus. Do we have a Venus? Ah, we don't have a Venus. Ah, that would be a big pull for you. If you ever get a Venus, that would be a huge pull. Because at the moment, on his own, he's a bit naff. There's a Wither of the Crowned. The only problem is if we don't put a revive on that first team, it could just get one shot, right? Team 1 needs a cleanser. Not if we, I'm wondering if we go the high resist Kaimar build for the first one. It's a bit naff though for a defense team. It's a bit naff for a defense team. I guess there's no mythical champions. Yeah, I should be checking those. Yeah, so it's not really a problem. So the only thing I'm worried about the first team is there a backup option, right? Is there a safety net? You know, we could go with someone like a Blind Seer with a Kaimar. Underrated Blind Seer. Right? Because we basically get we get block damage on revive, block debuffs, a shield, decreased turn meter. It's not a bad option. Yeah, but the problem is they're never going to get a turn mark. Like, we absolutely could put another Yumiko here. But the chances that ever... Like, is that going to get a turn? Because as much as Gothred will protect the Stultus, is it going to allow Stultus to actually take a turn? It depends if we got Stone Skin accessories. Oh, we do have some Stone Skin accessories, so the question is, do we have it in Bannerlords? No. Well, that's kind of pooch. Yumeko. So what about Sylvan? Shadowkin? Nope. What about Undead Hordes? Okay, so we could put Kaima in like a 4-turn Stone Skin, 4-turn 4-piece Perception, you know? Basically just throw him in like a 1-turn Stone Skin so he gets a turn. Right, so what we're doing is we're adapting this. I mean, we forgot about Helicath. We could put Helicath somewhere. So what we're doing is we're keeping this team as it is because I think it's pretty good. We're deleting this team completely. We're pushing this team away. We're keeping one of these. We're moving Uko to a different team, keeping the Kaima and replacing the The Helicath. Yeah, this Yumiko is decently built. Like, probably the helm needs replacing. We need some 6-speed on-speed boots. That's pretty good. Chest needs replacing to something better. Like, do we have a... accuracy... speed... perception. What about speed? Ignore glyphs. What is this thing sitting on its own, Mr. Stiko? This is what I would be putting on your Yumiko. Look how much more you can get. You can get yourself a minimum of 8 plus a glyph. This would be going right on my Yumiko straight away. So there's potential rebuilds there. And then helms, for example, I'll be looking at like... look at these pieces. Where does Yumiko's fall? All the way down here. You know? Yes, there is more accuracy. Like, I feel like one of these 2 pieces should be on your Yumiko. Like this piece, ideally. Like, the thing about accuracy, it's only good if you can go first. So she needs to be like 350. Ideally, you want to try and get like 50 more speed here. The other thing we would look at then is we would go... boots. With speed. What is that not doing on your... Why? Ascend, 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 ascend. Get yourself over to Sand Devil before the tournament ends and awaken all of these, like ascend all of these boots. Because if you get 12 speed, this gets replaced. I mean, I can see why, because obviously you've got double the amount of accuracy. I can see why you've kept it on there, but 12 speed. Like, if you can get this with one of these 2 with speed, really, really good. That is so, so, so valuable. Right, so there's 12 speed. The helm would give you another 10 speed. All of a sudden, this Yumiko's getting up to like 340, whilst not really losing too much accuracy. That's pretty good. It's okay. Amulet looks pretty good. I mean, it's not like you've got a bad build at all. I'm being very, very like specific and critical of it, but your build's pretty good here. Faction, Shadowkin. It doesn't matter that it's crit damage. You're missing out on accuracy. I know it's not defense, doesn't matter. If Yumiko can't land her block skills and she can't land, like, that just doesn't matter. That is what you would build her for there. What else we got? That doesn't really matter. That's probably as good as we're going to get, isn't it, really? That's really, really good. So you've got everything in the right place, but again, accuracy glyphs. Are you saving glyphs for, Stiko, are you saving glyphs at the moment? Because there's a lot of accuracy to be had in glyphs. Keep in mind, accuracy glyphs can go all the way up to 16. So I would be looking at this going, where is it? This piece here, 6-star glyph. 12 accuracy, right? Where is it? This piece here, no accuracy, it's fine. This piece here, if I was going to keep using it, 6-star glyph. Plus 12 accuracy. It's 24 accuracy. Boom. Goes up again. Awaken the banner. Could be accuracy. More banner. Find the better chest. You want accuracy on accuracy. You see, this is where, like, the min-maxing comes. If you're done with the missions, glyphs are where you want to put your investment into, because all these +4, the speeds are fine. It's the accuracy. Look, +2. At a minimum, you could get like a plus 10 on a rank 5. So that's 8 you're missing. Before long, you'll realize this will go up to like 650, 700. Before I glyphed Kaja the Rai, she was at 700 resistance. After I finished glyphing her, she was at 790 or 780. And that's before I put the capstone on her. It's all about glyphs and ascending gear. So my first point of call would be, I think this team is good. I would be looking to try and like min-max the teams around it. Like Kaima Yumiko is technically not a speed team, but it technically is. But even if you don't go first, you've got a safety net. So this is what the team I would build here. And I think you're in a good situation then. Okay. Right, let's speed run it. We haven't got all night. Who's next? Last FFW. Have you sent me a DM? Or have you put it somewhere else? Calling last FFW. Yeah, Discord. What's your username? Which Discord do you send it to? I've had so many messages. I can't tell you how many DMs I get. I got lefty. That's cool. No worries, Tico. If you want any follow-ups, just drop a message in the normal Discord. I sent you a message. Is your Discord username the same as your oh, I've got you there. There we go. Sorry, it was in my previews it was when it's not like there. Right, found you. Link. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Stico, if you want any follow-up conversations or you want to know how good your builds are, if you need help building that Sand Devil team, just make sure you head over to the Discord and just pop a message. We're all here to help. Kaima, you should actually be able to build the nuke team. There is a 12-second farm stage 25 team, which is very good for Sand Devil tournaments during CVC. It's like, I think it's like Kaima, Double Newt, Riho or something like that, but you can probably substitute the Riho for someone else, like a Taurus or something. But you can definitely farm it. Yeah, I had someone scold me because I hadn't actually put the 6-star, I hadn't put like a 6-star awakened speed on speed boot on my Arbiter. I could do it, I just didn't bother because I was so fast. I pretty much won every speed race where it mattered. They were like, I'm ashamed of you, so I had to go and do it. So here's the optimizer link. I just got to silver 3. My goal would be to see they get to silver 4 as soon as this romantic mission comes up. This was the defense I used just through one nuke. Okay, until I really focus on PvE, but that now it's all hydro chests. Peanut plans to replace Gembo with your Carl, but be quite happy for further good ideas. Okay, cool. So we are looking to help last FFW progress to silver 4 in preparation for gold 1 for the Romantu mission. That's the plan here. Okay. Yeah, Riho replace Ruella is not a bad option, Stico. If you put like a toxic Ruella, you might get an extra toxic proc with decreased defense and weaken. Nama the cursed, like Nama the return or whatever it is. I don't know if you've got her. I should know because I just looked at the account. She can do a lot of debuffs. Taurus is another option. I don't know if there's any other ones, but normally you need like decreased defense and weaken. But because you've got double newt, you might not need the decreased defense and weaken. So the Discord is the pinned message, Almedi. Right, okay, so what have we got? So first things first, speed team. We know we need to fix that. We've got some epics, emic. We got some Kaimas. All right, so let's have a look then. Right, legendary champions here. I'm not showing the screen. It helps if I show the screen. That would help. Right, so this is the defenses so far. So obviously we don't want the speed team ideally. This is what I was saying with Jessica's account. You absolutely at lower tiers can run speed teams. You can get away with it. But eventually you'll start hitting a wall where you can't. But to going from bronze to silver, that you use what you've got. It's then when you start going to silver to gold is when you start need to move towards the no speed defenses. So yeah. This is silver 3 with a gold to try and get to silver 4. That's what we're trying to do. Trying to find a better defense to move towards silver 4 in preparation for trying to get to Romantu when we're on that mission. Right, okay. So what do we got? Legendary options. So we've got a Wukong, Emic, anything unleveled that we should be using. Surprisingly, I've been nuked by a couple of by some of these Ruark, not Ruark, what is him? This dude, King Galkabaz. I've been nuked by some of them before, and it caught me off guard. I wouldn't recommend it. It's kind of a cheese strat. We do have a Yakal if we need it. Okay, so I think Elva definitely comes in here somewhere. I think we're definitely going to have a... no Venus, so Cupidus is a bit frustrating, but he probably could work. Mithrala's going to be here somewhere. Kaimar's probably going to be here somewhere. We are working with limited stuff, so we have to work around... Yeah, exactly. So you want to move towards that. This is just legendary. I always look to see what legendary champions we've got first, because normally you want to just keep it all gold. So once I go to a point where there's not enough legendaries, then we'll drop down a tier. Yeah, Mithrala. So at the moment, I'm not putting them into separate teams. I'm just pulling out champions we can definitely use. Is the Wukong built for damage? Yeah, it's built like a hybrid Wukong. Okay, so we can probably use the hybrid Wukong. On defense, probably going to need Emic. Rhonda we could use as well if she's built well. She is not built well, so Rhonda's going to have to come out. Are any of these in Savage? Oh, I really hate that I need to add that my preview doesn't pull across my premium. Okay, so we're going to have to look at some epics. You did say you had a plan, right? You wanted to replace Gemba with your Carl, and you've got Kaja. So I'm guessing you've got champions you haven't summoned yet. Is that right? Yeah, you've got champions in the portal you haven't summoned yet. Which is Kaja. Which I'm guessing will definitely go in here. All right, we're definitely going to want to use Kaja if she's there, because she's a good sub. I actually don't think there's anything negative with keeping Gembo, because he does hit very hard, right? He's a top tier nuker if you haven't got many top tier nukers, which is where you're at, right? You're looking at these and you're going, okay, well, I've got some good nukers, right? If I look at the legendary tier here, you know, we've got Yakal's a good nuker, yes. We've got Royal Huntsman's not bad. He just takes a long time to get around to his abilities, right? Royal Huntsman is quite good because he ignores all the defense on this one, but it's single target, unfortunately. He's not bad, but he's not great either for what you need. Yeah, like Gemba will cut through Skull Crowns. He'll cut through things like Swift Parry, so it has usages. He's not like just, you know, trade up. I would say Rhonda. What are you using Rhonda for? Are you using Rhonda for anything? Well, probably the list is full for the rest of the night, Dan, but I'm going to set something up in my Discord. So if you click the link and join the Discord above, I'll probably set some sort of integration to a spreadsheet that we can add to the list, and we'll be doing them more regularly. Live Arena. Okay, so we need to improve her build because she should be in Savage Crawl, or at least Savage or Lethal. Okay. Right, okay, let's set these up as some sort of team. So we'll use you as a speed aura. Who's my... Like, you're going to be one of mine. You're going to be another one of mine. Wukong doesn't need a reviver, so Alva will probably be better than this. Okay. Wukong doesn't need a reviver because he can revive himself, so we just need to put something around him to keep him alive. Ronda's going to need increased attack, which is why Mithrala's here. The challenge is like really keeping people alive more than anything or not. It's like building a team that's going to be scary enough not to fight. Anyone used to counter Karato? The problem with Karato is he needs Yumiko. Karato just doesn't have enough bang for buck without the Yumiko, unfortunately. Oh, there is a Krisk. Yeah, there is a Krisk here. It's like, who do we put as a win? I mean, Islin could be a damage dealer. Islin's damage is good enough. And what I would suggest is Alva goes bolster, protection, damage, damage, damage. Yeah, exactly. Because Islin will put counterattack and increase defense, and he will put decreased speed and drop debuffs. Emic will basically reset the cooldowns. Alva's going to constantly veil someone, and off you go. It's going to be really annoying. Yeah, we have a Magna. I'm wondering if we... Like, I wonder if we switch one of these win conditions. Like, obviously, he shouldn't be here like that. Like, we could absolutely put Magnar here. Well, to be honest, it could be anything. Like, he would be... Like, it depends if you build him as a slow down the enemy or as a... I'm still constructing how he would fit. Like, this makes sense. Kaja for revive, Mithrala for cleansing. Ronda is very good for killing people. It could be we decide actually that Ronda and like it's better to just do this. But then these two would go down into that. Just trying to think what teams we can put with it at the moment. Hall's Ring, by the way, is exceptionally good for Dark Fae. Last FFW. Hall's Ring is exceptionally good for Dark Fae. Yes. I mean, I'm tempted by Jingwong. Honestly, I'm tempted by Jingwons. I feel like they're a very good counter into like any sort of hard CC that would stop you taking a turn. Yeah, like he's very, very good for it. He's very good for finite hard as well, for finite normal as well. Hall's Ring. He's a very good boss killer because what you get with him is you get this A3 that places a hex on the boss. That doesn't really matter too much, but the reason why you want to place the hex is he'll ignore defense against the hex, so he hits really hard. And also he steals turn meter. So he steals 50% of the turn meter if the target's from Bannerlords. If the champion's turn meter is at 75% or more, then he'll steal, then places a perfect villain himself. He also has a chance of stealing 25% turn meter. So it's a very, and he also self buffs. So he can basically take the role of like a Crew Traxxer or someone as a turn meter nuker. Very, very good for Dark Fire Knight. I haven't added it yet, Radu. I'll have to add it tomorrow. Just join the Discord for now, and I'll put an announcement out in the Discord when it's ready. That's the key thing. Anyway, you want survivability or shield set, you always want bolster. Bolster is one of the best sets. The thing is, you don't need a good bolster set, you just need a bolster set, because if you have another champion on shield, it will convert that shield to a bolster set. So you can have a really rubbish bolster set and a really OP shield set, and that shield set will become a bolster set as the result of being in the team with another bolster. My brain is struggling to figure out who to pair with this team. And whether Ronda's the right pick or not, or whether we go a little bit better. Like, I do feel like something like Come on, Jingwong, just to make sure you get a turn. I would actually go something like, I don't know, I think maybe this is just a bit experimental here. So can we just do everything we possibly can to get Magnar to do damage? So if you try to attack, if you try to CC me, I'll clear it. If you try to buff, I'll strip it. If you have Ultimate Death Knight, Wukong will do something. And then Magnar will one-shot, and if I need to go again, I'll use Kaima to reset. I was thinking Wukong for the buff strip Acrobat, because the only thing that can stop Magnar one-shotting is Stone Skin. So if we could try and steal the Stone Skin, like Timid would be the other champion I would put in here instead. Someone who can like decrease buff duration. But we don't have a Timid. We do have an Islin, but he's set in the second team. It just feels very, very like beatable. The bottom team feels good. The top team I think feels good as well. I'm not sold on the Ronda though. It's that age-old problem of how do we keep the attack nuker alive, really. That's what I'm thinking in my head, is how am I going to keep the Ronda alive? How am I going to make the Magnar take a turn if I don't have something that is going to boost me? You think this, and then leave that aura up there and then bring some utility around this team? That's a good idea. We could use Seeker's passive. I'd imagine Seeker's set for Clan Boss though, right? Last FFW. I'd imagine he's set for Clan Boss rather than for anything else, so probably not ideal to use him. But we can use someone of his ilk, basically someone that can absorb something, right? That's what we want in that role. Jingwon will guarantee we take a turn, which is nice. So now all we need is a champion that we can just like absorb something. We got Emic out here already. Yeah, we have. Is there any champions you haven't pulled, by the way, last FFW? Is there anyone you're sitting on? Vogos's not a bad shout, actually. Vogos's actually a great shout. You've got Vogoth. Yeah, that's something I'm thinking about. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because that's what we're trying to do. Is we're basically trying to... The whole point of Team 2 is making sure that Magnar can get an A2 and get another go. But you said you still have Karja to come. Karja and Akoff. Fine. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, maybe Vogoth. Right, maybe Vogoth's the best pick. Because the reason why we were suggesting Seeker, because you get that increased defense buff if someone attacks you. Which is quite cool. But obviously if he's in Clan Boss, he's probably not going to be set up to be able to do that. So, just saying if there's anyone down here in an epic pool that I would suggest is like really, really top tier. I think we go Vogoth. I agree with Vogoth. Now, the way you want to build Vogoth is very complicated, right? Ideally, Vogoth... Ideally, you want reaction. And the faction needs to be Undead Hordes. Damn. That's rubbish. Okay. The way that I normally build Vogoth is I don't build him super tanky. I build him with reaction. So that the incoming critical hits become normal hits. Not enough to kill him, but enough for him to take damage. Because you do need him to take damage to heal everyone. Yeah, Vogoth in last slot. Yeah. Probably Bolster, right? Bolster. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, a bit like that. I think that's good. So basically, this the rough summary of this team. You'd have Karja as like your Duchess, essentially. What's the Magnar build? Well, it's probably not built right. All these will probably need to be rebuilt. Yeah, so this would need to be Savage Cruel, right? Protection, no. Savage Cruel. As much as you can, right? So anything in orange is Savage Lethal. Anything in green is Bolster. Anything in yellow is Protection. And then we have Stone Skin, right? So probably I would suggest Stone Skin for Kaima. You can go Stone Sting for Kaja if you want as well. So Kaja is playing the Duchess role. Mithrala is cleansing, can't really be stopped, and then Wukong is acting as like a pseudo, like a hybrid nuker, and then Rhonda is going to be like just annoying specialist to fight. Rhonda is interchangeable with any kind of nuker that you'd want to put in this position. You could absolutely, if you want to, put Gembo back in this exact position. It would do exactly the same job. The only reason why we suggest Rhonda is because it can do things like A2 or Taras and stuff on defense, and it can look scarier because it's legendary. Team 2, Jingwon stops any crowd control. Kaima is going to reset your team. Magnar's your win condition. Vogoth's going to keep you alive. Team 3, Elva, Lead, Emic, Krisk, and Islin. Emic's going to put Taunt up. Elva's going to veil people. Islin's going to counterattack. It's just nasty. This would be a very good position. This is very good. You've got great champions. That's what I would start with. And we see where we go from there. So yeah. That should get you at least stable at Silver 3. Because those champions are going to be scary for people to build, right? So it should at least stabilize you, and then you can look to push. Right, Wagner is next. You've sent me your details here. We're powering through. We're going to get through everyone that's on the list tonight. So the one is Falcon, the other ones. So offense is Falcon. Okay, so that's defense, offense. Okay, Wagner, what are you looking to improve on? Going till 3 AM, I know, right? Mainly defense, right? You're stuck in silver, you want to be in gold. All right, cool. Awesome. Let's have a look then. Your top 5 super is to mention, not to feed. Cold Heart, Kale, Painkeeper, Reliquary Tender, not the wild good ones like Madman is food now. Madman will be food. Renegade. You don't feed. Elhain. Judge from Dark Elves, Salvamad. Judge from Dark Elves. There's a couple of rares that are really good for secret rooms as well, and I forget their name. So keep an eye on secret rooms mainly. Steel Boy is okay, nothing crazy. I actually think Ashwalker's very good for some secret rooms as well. Get AoE weaken, mainly because it sets up the Church of Whisper. Soulborn Bowyer is a big one because she's used in like some secret rooms as well. Frozen Banshee, yeah, there's lots. Hey Trev, no worries. Thanks for popping by. I hope you're having fun in D&D. Right, I know Acrobat, we're getting there. Let's have a look. So this is your defense team. So first things first, obviously we know speed teams need to be removed. So that's a key thing here. Let me get rid of all these color schemes. Duchess, right, well. Duchess, that's good. You got a Rhodas, that's amazing. Ultimate Death Knight. Uko. You got a Harima, lovely. Pythian, I mean, these are looking good so far. I'm just throwing in all the champions that I would definitely keep at the moment. Okay, so let's have a look. We do this. Any mythical? No. Okay, legendary champions. Okay, so these are our legendary champions here. It's got Valkanen, kind of cool. Got Harima. Emix in this list. Mithrala. It's rare to see so many people, see someone's account and it has all of the legendaries leveled up. It's actually quite rare. Got Rhodas. Lysandra. Helicath. Got 2 Helicaths. Countess Lix. Razzle Varg. Alright, okay. Mithrala. Those are actually quite a good pairing. I do wonder if that's a good pairing to put on defense, because it does catch people off guard because she hits so hard. Like when she's built with Alsgore, she gets a lot of benefits, right? She gets ignore shields if Alsgore's there. She gets an extra turn, so you can actually open that into this. That doesn't resist. Yeah, I could see that being good, but she needs to take a turn, right? And Alsgore's not going to guarantee she takes a turn. Oh, Judge is really good. The reason why Judge is really good is he's AoE splash damage and he hits really, really hard in Clan Boss. But that's just me. I'm a Clan Boss thing. If you join the Discord, Uko, I'll probably set something up over the weekend to get people so that they can join. Just keep an eye out for the announcement. I'll figure something out. Is Valkyrie used for anything? Because I would use her in Arena, based on the list of champions you got here. I feel like you can make a Clan Boss team without her, so I would use her especially for here because she's very good for Arena. This song's a bit creepy. Okay, cool. There's not another one, is there, Radu? We updated the extractor this afternoon. Right, so what's our win condition for Team 2? This could be the Jetney Alsgore team. Let me just put that there a second. Because Alsgore will give us block damage. It's just whether or not we're ever going to get a turn. That's the problem with it. Is, are we going to guarantee we can get a turn to get Jetney to actually do some damage? I feel like Foley's it needs too much. You know, honestly, what I would do is, as much as Alsgore is really good, I would do this, and I would actually do this. because I feel like Valkyrie Arix is really nasty. That would be really like annoying to fight. That way you free up some spot. You can move Harima up to here. So she fits nicely into here. Then we just need revivers, right? So let's have a look what revivers you got. Like Jetney and Alsgore on offense with your speed team would be good, right? If you went boost, Alsgore, Jetney, very good. In defense, it's very difficult to do that because how can you guarantee that Alsgore and Jetney are going to get a turn? It's quite hard. So we got Duchess. We basically got everyone who can revive here. So that means we're going to have to like spread the love a little bit. So I would suggest maybe... like this. And then the top team is how do we protect the Rhodus? Well, the Rhodus will protect himself, so we just need to put layers of protection around that team. So that means we're bringing in things like... I don't have an awful lot of experience with Rhodus because I don't have him, so I'm trying to think of what we can put around him to protect him. That we have available after we've built these teams. Like, Duchess makes sense. Emmett could. Are you using Emic for anything in particular at the moment? The only problem I find with Emic is he's not going to guarantee you a turn again, you know? It's like, how do we make sure Rotus gets turns? The passive will help, I guess. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, what's quite good about the way that we do this is, even though I may be helping a short list of people, hopefully the information that I'm saying and the stuff that we're debating and the conversation between me, between chat, between everyone else, we're actually creating thought-provoking ideas in your head, thinking, oh, do you know what, I'm doing that, maybe I should fix it myself and do this. Whilst like me helping specific examples is very important, you also get a lot of like anecdotal information being in the video, in the live stream, which is really handy. You know, even I'm sitting here sometimes thinking, oh, I didn't really think about that, that's a really good idea. Yeah, because you'll get healed. So we could do this, right? And then obviously move Rhodus to be in a different position. I feel like that's good. The reason why I'm saying Arix with Valkyrie is if for whatever reason you take away Arix's counterattack, then Valkyrie's going to do another thing. She's going to manipulate the turn meter. Wukong can keep coming back alive as much as you want. Pythian will cleanse as well. So what you're ending up in is 2 counterattacks that actually do a fair bit of damage, and it will be annoying to beat. It will be very frustrating. You can probably just one-shot it, but you can one-shot most teams, but... You know, Stone Skin, Protection, Bolster, IDD Protection, Bolster. Something like this I would do for offense. Now, the main thing I want to talk about for defense, sorry. The main thing I want to talk about for offense is you have a setup here. So this is your offense teams, right? Yeah, Harvest Jack could do it as well. The only thing with Jack is, yeah, he's quite good, but he's not leveled. So I would rather just use like a Vogoth just to, you know. I think it would be fine. Vogoth, I think Vogoth just gives you a lot of overall healing as well. keeping in mind, you know, you'll have unkillable, so you'll be able to cycle back to a revive quite quickly. Thought you saw level 60 Harvest Jack. I thought it was level 1. It might be level 60, actually. No, it's a rank 1. Oh, you got 2 of them. Oh, there's one there already. Okay, sorry. I saw the one at the bottom. I didn't see the other one. So, yeah, you could use a Harvest Jack if you want to. So, Vogoth or Harvest Jack. Yeah? Vogoth, it doesn't really matter. Vogoth will give you more healing. Harvest Jack would strip buffs. Jack is quite annoying, but he would need a lot more accuracy than this, right? You would need 600 accuracy. You need a lot more. Now, what I just wanted to point out with this first team, use Valkonen with Wukong. It's busted strong. Why? Because you can kill your ally without killing your ally. Because he'll just come back alive. So Valkonen with Wukong is what I would always pair. Because you've got the 2 of them. Always put this guy with Wukong. Every single team. Because you can kill the Wukong without penalizing yourself. Because he'll just come back. You don't actually have to revive him. It's the only combination that I think Valkonen's killing someone is actually okay. That is actually good. But definitely Valkonen, kill the Wukong, then one-shot someone with Valkonen and block revive, and then Wukong comes alive and then does more things. It is very good. Very, very, very good. In terms of these speed teams, bottom one's fine. I don't think you need to use Dracomorph, but I see why you're doing it. You know, it's just a standard decrease defense and weaken. It's fine. I think that team's fine. This team is fine. Top team, as I said, I would just put in Wukong. Because you kill the Wukong, and then Valkonen gets his boosts, and then Wukong just comes back alive. So for offense, it's a dream. It's really good. I've seen... I fought one live arena like, and I was like, why is he bringing this team? And he was like, he's just going to... I'm like, oh, he's going to kill the Wukong, and Wukong's going to revive every time. So basically, he can permanently keep boosting himself, right? Because we know that's what Valkonen does, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about here. Valkonen has this Death's Bargain. You can target an ally, kill them, and unlock this ability, which hits really freaking hard. I actually need to fix this multiplier. This is a one. I'll make a note of that while I'm here, actually. There are some multipliers that are really complicated that I need to fix. That is one of them. So this hits really freaking hard, and it will block revive. Yeah. And then you can just keep recycling this one on a 3-turn cooldown. Because what happens on every 3 turns? Someone wakes up. Yeah, but you just don't build him with accuracy. Oh, he doesn't need accuracy. Okay, well, he's a sheep factor, but it's fine. Honestly, it is absolute. I think you get away with it. It's fine. I think it's okay to do it. But yeah, that's all I would say is if you're using Valkonen, he works extremely well with Wukong. Absolute great champion for it. For sure. Okay. Good luck. I think you've got some great champions there. That's how I would build your defense. We'll go from there. Right, who's next? Lufty. We're at 2 more to go. Lufty, I think I saw your message somewhere. Lufty, 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 Lufty. That's Nobo. It's me, Lufty. I got you here. I can still go for a minute to go 1 twice per can't stay. So, right, okay, so. Okay, so. Lufty. No, I got it. I found you. I was just looking for you because what happens, it comes into my message request and there's like 12, like, there's 15 people there. There's like 15 people there at the moment. Right, so Lufty is in gold, is on the what a lot of people I think get stuck into, which is I can get into gold one every now and then, but then I drop back down to silver, and then I can't get my gold rewards, and I can't stay in, and I want to stay in gold so I can get those gold rewards regularly. So we're looking at trying to improve the defense so we can stay in gold 1. Some champions have masteries you're working on. Okay, we'll have a look. So this is the defense we've got at the moment. Let me just clear my board. Isn't it funny, by the way, I don't look at any other artifact set apart from these 4. Bolster, Stone Skin, Protection, Savage. It's the only ones. Or Savage Lethal. It's crazy, right? Because they're just so dominant and so strong. There are versions you can get like Guardian, like there are like generic sets like Perception that I'm not quoting because it's just how you build them. Like the new Resilience, or was it Righteous set that gives you resistance per speed is very good as well. But like as a 4-piece set or a 6-piece set, these are the only ones. Right, so let's have a look here. What do we got? So let's do what we did before. It's like, which ones would we use in Arena? Uko, Pythian, absolutely Mithrala. You've got Harima, that's great. We've got Leo, excellent. Elva, excellent. I think we got loads of options here. Let's have a look at your account. Oh, there's a Rotus. Why is the Rotus not in the team? Why is the Rotus not in the team? What? Is there a reason you're not using Rotus? You never got him to work. Okay. Wow. He's going in the team. He's so strong. Let's have a look how you've built him. He's probably a little bit slow, but he's absolutely fine. Yeah, I mean, surprised. Okay. Right, so let's have a look. First thing we should always do, did you get a mythical champion? I probably forget to check these. No, it's fine. Not many people have mythicals, but always worth checking. So, are there any legendary champions we should be using that we are not? Let's have a look. Got a vast collection of astroliths. You must be nearing a +4 at this rate. So Jetney. You've also got a Halsring there. Panda, Morrigan. Beauregard, not a bad option, but pretty niche because you've got to take a turn. You've got 2 Halsrings. Oof. Ethos. 2 Kaimars. Nice. Hefrak. Supreme Elhain. 2 Helicats. Tony the Tiger. Harima. Acrisia. Wow, I bet you're loving life. An Ultimate Death Knight. Okay, so Ultimate. What? He is there. I was gonna say, why is Ultimate Death Knight there? He is there. Almost had me. Almost had me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Supreme Elhain is actually very good into offense options, Acrobat, right? I'd be looking at using Supreme Elhain into Necret teams because it's a budget Jorgid. That's what Supreme Elhain is very good at. She's kind of like a budget Jorgid. Nowhere near the strength of Jorgid, but like the way she interacts with her abilities, where she ignores most things, gets an extra turn and kills something. It's like you would target specific teams with her on offense. But yeah, I agree. Defense is basically Leo, Rhodas, and Harima, right? All of them savage lethal. Okay, that's where we start. That's our starting position. Then we want to basically set up the team around some auras. So we got 2 auras there. Do we have a 3rd aura? This is where it gets interesting. Like, it feels like Kaimar should be in one of these teams. I would potentially put like Pythian here. I think Ultimate Death Knight goes with the Leo. I do feel like Rhodas needs like an increased attack or something. I think maybe we put that like there. I feel like what we're doing is just diversifying the defensive capabilities we've got in the team here. So by just basically separating the Kaimar Pythian's pretty good, the Uka Ultimate Death Knight's pretty good, the Elva Mithrala is pretty good, right? So we've got a revive we've got a revive in every single team. And we've also got a stall mechanic with Ultimate Death Knight, a cleanse mechanic in 2 teams, and we've also got a reset mechanic. So that's a start. Now it's just kind of looking at what else. We could have gone for a Hefrak even. Well, Rotus's passive will make him move. That's not necessarily a problem. The problem is just trying to make sure that we've got enough sustainability. It would give us a second single target revive. What kind of revivers do we have in the account? Let's have a look. You can see why, by the way, guys, why I ask for your account links, because this is so much easier for me to deep dive into what you've got available. Like, we can do a lot more, like I can see a lot more things. Okay, so yeah, it would be like a Morley revive, potentially. Morley would give us turn meter, but not crazy amounts of turn meter. I'm not crazy, like, I'm not a crazy fan of Morley in arena teams. Just because I think she's a bit limited. Oh, yeah, I can't disclose any passwords. Is it 2 Ukos? No, there's only 1 Uko. Where are you seeing the other Uko? Oh, there's 2 Ukos. Oh, God. Uko goes in this team. Uko. Good lord. You build the second Uko. So good. Oh, it's a 6-star Alika. What's your clan boss team? What's your clan boss team? Oh, dude. You gotta get your Acrizia out of your clan boss team. This 6-star Alika will rip up the clan boss some no ends. 6-star Alika is probably top 5 clan boss champion in the game. Like, I kid you not. Top 5 clan boss champion in the game. It is nuts how much damage Alika can do. So fun. Okay, so yeah, second Uko makes sense. Okay, so we got revives everywhere. Do we feel like the Uko goes with Rotus? I feel like the Uko goes with Rotus, right? I feel like that's good. Okay, so what else do we need with Leo? We do need an increased attack on Leo. What do we got for increased attack options? He does need increased attack. If he doesn't have increased attack, he's a little bit weak. We've got 2 Arbiters here as well. Oh, and a 6-star. I'm guessing, are you using your 6-star Fulgur in Dark Fae? Because if you're not, that's where you want to do it. Yeah, we got Mithral on the bottom team. If anyone doesn't know, Fulgur, in my opinion, is the best clone killer of any champion in the game. Because you get self-buff and increased attack, you get turn meter when you kill all the allies, and you have 100% turn meter drop on the A2. I think she's just bonkers good. Yeah, you've got some really good duplicates. I mean, if we move Mithral away from Rotus, then we just have the same problem there with Rotus in terms of needing an increased attack down there. I suppose Rotus needs the increased attack less than Leo. Well, actually, they don't. They kind of both don't need it, but they kind of both do. Wait, she does that, doesn't she? Oh, I sense something powerful coming into my brain. Still doesn't solve the problem of increased attack, but now we don't need increased attack, so we're going to go twice. So now we just need more stall strategies. I think so. Isn't it funny how everyone said, oh, Emic's not going to be a very good arena champion, yet we always seem to be drawn back to Emic? Pull this 5-star Newt. Oh, that's massive. I want to put a bit of Soul Reap on that. Where is Emic not good? Well, that's true. It's just that when Emic came out, Emic was like a lot of people like saying, oh, he's not going to be that good for Arena, blah, blah. I'm like, is he not? I think he's really good. Honestly, the most toxic combination I've ever fought was that Emic, Yumiko, Kaima reset concept. I can't remember what it was, but it was just like, it was so frustrating. I think it was Emic, Yumiko, and Ultimate Death Knight. It was so frustrating. I couldn't do anything. Yeah, but he's... Soul Reap is very good everywhere else, so... You have to run to eat turkey. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Yeah, we're always here, so we'll probably set these kind of things up to happen weekly, I think. Okay, so do you know what? I think you're right. I think we put Emic here. And then if we flesh out the sets, we would probably have like protection, stone skin, protection, bolster, protection, and then random. These probably stun sets or provoke sets. So what we're basically building here, the reason why I put Kyoku, right? What will happen is when they actually try to attack you, right? They will trigger her passive, which will give you increased defense on your Harima and heal you. You also get continuous heals from Ultimate Death Knight, and Uka will steal buffs, right? So these two here, excellent. This team, we're going for Pythian Bolster set with Emic Taunt, just to give Emmett Leo time. Leo doesn't have increased attack, but we've got Kaima, so Leo will basically get like 4 AoEs, which should probably be enough to mitigate it. He can also take damage down to unkillable, so he will stay alive. This team here, Elva Mithralis, we've got cleanse into increased speed, and Uka will steal buffs, and then Rhoda's passive will just activate and he'll just start killing people. Savage lethal on our Nukas, even Harima. That's what I would say defense. Yeah, I'll have a look at it as well. So offense, obviously we can build a speed team, right? So this is your offense teams now, right? Yeah, lethal, exactly. Savage, lethal, whichever. Ideally with cruel as well. I know it's got attack, but it's very important to have as much ignore defense as you possibly can. It's like, if that 15% attack is not a waste, really, because the 5% ignore defense is really good. You could put him in Stone Skin, yeah. Just to make him more annoying. So if they do one-shot you for whatever reason, you can revive. So, yeah. Got a leak. Does she need Awakening on kill? No. No. If I told you, Salvamad, that my Alika on A1 was doing somewhere in the region to 500 to 800,000 damage per A1 when everything aligned, that's how much Alika can do. Her A1 is probably top 5 damage in the game for Clan Boss. It's nuts. Because she basically has a chance to do it again. So the first hit hits for 250k, the second hit will hit for 250k, then you get a War Master proc for 79,000, then you get a Phantom Touch proc for like 60 to 50,000, and it goes boom, 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 and just keep A1ing over and over and over again. It's nuts. I used to run her in a Jintoro team, and between them they got up to like 200 million. It's so nuts. I haven't tried rebuilding it since all the Awakening stuff comes out. I might try it. But I built the Fushan team thinking the 6-star Fushan would make my team really, really strong, but it wasn't as crazy as I thought. Right, so Arbiter. To Kaimar. To Nuke. And this would probably be... Right, who's our damage dealers here? So we've got Fushan, Bigan... I'm just trying to determine if Yakal is the best one. The only problem with Yakal... got an elite video to Google. I think I've got one on my account. Let's have a look. What is this? Call of Dragons advert. Alright. This, I even made a video. Oh wow, look at my old videos. My old videos are terrible. So this video was from a year ago. Keeping in mind my Gintoro now does 50 to 60 million. Where is it? I'm going to show it now once I find the timestamp that's going to have it. Can we find it here? Let's see. There we go. Right. Let's just wind this back a little bit. Don't laugh at me. Watch this. 202, 208. Right? This is before Awakening came out. This is before any of that stuff. Before we had Artifact Ascension. She was doing 400,000 on an A1. Without Phantom Touch. No War Master procs. Imagine what we could do now. Imagine what you could do with a 6-star when you get, like, what was it? 30% crit damage. 600 more attack. When you have all that Awakening. 12% more crit damage on the amulet. I might actually timestamp that. See if I can find my own team. Have I got the old team? Apparently, I don't have a link. It's basically a it was a 2. This was only a 2-1 as well. I can probably get a 3-1 now. This was a 2-1 Gintoro, a 3-1 Gintoro 2-1. Crazy, right? I'm not ready to go. Skip that song. Right, so, sorry, we got distracted there. But yeah, Alika is absolutely crazy for Clan Boss. She's so... It's like one of the top 5, top 10 A1 damage dealing abilities in the game. And we are talking, pairing that with all the big ones, you know? Am I loving the expanded? Yeah, I don't... my inbox is beautiful. I'll show you my inbox in a minute. No worries. I might actually do an updated guide on it, Salvamad, because I might actually try and rebuild my team and see if I can push even higher, because I've been trying to basically get #1 in the clan for ages, and I keep getting close and then I get overtaken. Obviously, you can't beat, like, the Mythbuster team. That's just on its own level, but, you know. Right, where were we? Sorry, we got distracted here. So, in terms of an arena nuker, I don't... The reason why I'm hesitant about Yakal is he freezes, and when you freeze, you reduce your outgoing damage by 25%, so you immediately penalize yourself. So ideally, you don't want to bring a freeze-based nuker. That's why you've got Gurgo. Someone had Gurgo earlier. That's not necessarily a problem with Gurgo because he hits quite hard. Yeah, the Cardiel one is the Mythbuster. Gurgo's okay because he hits quite hard, but your Carl's going to lose 25% of his base damage. So I think probably, like, you know, in terms of attack-based, like, we can probably fit it in terms of, like, attack. Like, in an Arbiter team, as a full nuke, like a one-shot team, we're probably going to look... I think Supreme Alhain's good. Vlad's not a bad option. But Supreme Alhain is very good as well. I think out of all these options, I would go with Supreme Alhain. Because she's Void as well, right? Okay, so that's what I would do there. What else have you got? You got a Harima team. What? Okay. I think we'll put Leo on a different win condition, right? The cat woke up. Yeah, she's very loud when she wakes up. Do we need to drop defense? Do you know what we don't actually have? Is it called reduce buff duration instead of decrease? We don't have a reduce buff duration. Wow. Isn't that amazing? I've forgotten to add reduce buff duration in here. I got increase... like, decrease buff duration? No, I don't. Oh. I should probably add that. Like, because what I was looking for is there a Timid? Like, I was looking for, is there a Timid? No. Is there, like, an Islin is in here? He could do it. Is there, like, an Andresia? To basically reduce the buff durations. It's it's basically a good way to do it, because I don't really think you need... I don't really think you need a decreased defense with Supreme Elhain. I think she's just perfectly capable of cutting through everyone on her own. The risk you run if you run like a Saris is you're just going to polymorph yourself. You know, most teams you fight will have some sort of polymorph, whereas if you bring someone like an Andresia or like you can run Islin in that team because he'll drop the duration. Andresia is better because you get 2 turns. Obviously, Timid's really good. You just reduce the duration. Yeah, the stream looks okay. Oh, does she? Okay, well, in that case then, I forget these things. It will be less of a problem soon. Yeah, I just put Saris in here. But her base damage, even without the debuffs, is really high, so it's absolutely fine. So Leo, we actually do want him to drop to low HP. The biggest mistake people put is they put like Wither and people with Leo, and they what ends up happening is because he gets continuous heals, you actually nerf your damage when he takes a turn. So you really want to avoid putting Leorius alongside people who are going to put continuous heals out, like Ultimate Death Knight, like Duchess Revives, because it will just nuke your damage. It's just not very good. Like, this is where I'd put Emic, right? Emic works really nicely with Leo because he gives him 2 layers of unkillable. It's actually an insane amount of reset ability in this team. It's kind of gross. Right, Harima just needs basically defense put around her, to be honest. I would probably run Ultimate Death Knight again. Who are you running with Harima at the moment? Ultimate Death Knight, Mithrala, Alva. Yeah, to be honest, I actually think that's a great combo. Slight adjustments there. And then Leo, we just need to pair it with someone who's going to keep him alive. You almost like want a reactionary nice. We like that. Good old Islin's really good. I actually value Islin less as a provoker and more as a survival champion. I'm pretty sure I could make Islin solo pretty much most bosses in the game if I built him properly. And we do have a second Arbiter here, right? We could absolutely use the second Arbiter. I don't know what you're using the second Arbiter for, but we could pair, like, we could just do, like, the problem is Leo would not work with a sec, like, I want a reactionary increase attack, not a... Yeah. I don't know. I'll have a look now. I'm wondering actually if it's just better to go Heffrak. Maybe. Because Heffrak doesn't have so much conditions with her. Like, we could legit just build another speed team. you know. How is Hefrak built at the moment? Let's have a look. Anyone spot the Hefrak? Yeah. 70% crit rate? Yeah. Because the problem with Leo is if he needs to be low HP to get some damage out of him. If he's not low HP, you're not going to get any damage out of him. He is a good survival, but just that low HP problem is a bit of an issue. I do like something like Kymar, Arbiter, Vlad. I do like a Vlad. The reason why I like Vlad is he gives you flexibility in the battle. Because if you feel like you need the turn meter, you just do his A2. If you feel like you just want to lock out abilities, you use his A3. Right? He also has a pretty good passive way. If he kills someone, he'll put revive on death on himself, so he's less dependent on a revive. I do like a Vlad, you know. The question will be, with that kind of setup, is do we have speed gear, right? So it will be a case of, again, like going boots. Like what kind of speed boots do we have? I really need to make these drop downs typeable. It's one on my list to do. Oh, great. Look, we got at least one. At least one. And we got more we could potentially ascend. That's good. Okay, what about just ordering by speed? Ooh, nice. Okay, so we've got some good gear. We probably could build a decent speed team out of. We probably can spare the speed if that makes sense. We could do it. So like what you'd be looking at here is what we'd be looking at is basically you'd be targeting a counter pick, right? So Arbiter, Supreme Elhain, you would want to be either like matching up. This would be like your fastest, right? So match with the speed team. This one here you would probably want to put into like some sort of, don't know, what's the main Arbiter speed? I didn't see Arbiter one there. 335. That's not bad considering we've got some speed improvements there. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty solid. No master. Oh, wow. You're missing out tons of speed without masteries because Law of Steel will give you a ton. Yeah. So you probably got like an extra, like you could probably find yourself up to like 350, which is a good position to be in. It's pretty, 350 is a good point. You'd like to push harder, but 350 is fine. Like your area of improvements will be weapon. That's your area of improvement, really. A weapon is the point where you would want to improve the most. Probably the gloves as well at 15 speed. So like, for example, if I was to look for so this is faster technically because it's got a higher base. This is faster. What I would recommend is you wait sometimes as well. Here's the thing, Lufty. This piece here, this one, this is going to give you 27 plus 5, right? So one speed set with Arbiter is going to give you, what is the speed set? 12, right? 13 speed. So this is giving you 32 speed. The weapon before was giving you 15 plus 6, right? So 15 plus 6 is 21. 21 plus 14 speed, essentially, is about the same as this weapon. So if you can find then, as a result, faster gloves, like if you basically take the weapon out and you say, oh, well, this is going to give me like insane amount more, then you might find that 2 broken speeds will actually get you better speed, right? So what you want to do is you want to go into the rate optimizer, right? And you want to basically go to, say, Arbiter here, right? And if I optimize, you'll see how I set her up. I basically do this. Right, so if I want to find what is my fastest build, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. I'll just do that, I'll do that. Right, battle, whatever, doesn't matter. 6 speeds, slots, whatever. I'll normally pick the banner because normally it's the fastest one just to speed this process up, but you can absolutely leave the banner in. Sets, glyphs, I'll say I want 8 speed. What is the fastest that I can get? Let me check. I just need to run the optimizer. Yeah, also Righteous, for example. Righteous set is very good now as well. Because you basically lose a little bit of speed, but it's not so bad, and you can craft it. Right, that's the difference, is you can craft it. Okay. So if I want to know how fast I can be, this is the uttermost highest speed that I can be right now. Which would basically be slotting 1 protection ring. Why is 1 protection ring? Does 1 protection ring give you speed? It doesn't, does it? Surely not. Surely not. Why is it recommending protection? I don't know why it's recommending that. It's like weird. Weird. The main difference here is you can see it's all on this. It's the same gear I've got. The difference is it's the glyphing, right? So right now I could glyph 2 speed on the gloves, 2 speed on the chest, and probably 1 speed. So the difference is basically glyphs. So what you're seeing here is like 394 is just the glyph difference. So that I know is my fastest pieces. That I can't get any faster than that. The only way I could get faster is if I could get... Oh wow, I do have it. Do I have a banner? Oh, if I had a banner, then and that banner rolled speed, then I would substitute all of the bottom row and I'd replace it with 3 pieces of protection for 12% more speed. I can go even faster. So I just need to get myself a high elf banner because I already have a high elf amulet and I have a high elf ring. And that would give me another 12 speed with Laura Steel. So that would give me, was it 1110 times 0.12? Would give me 13.2. 13.2 times 1.15. That would give me another 15 speed. Right? Did I do the math right there? Yeah, 15% of the base speed. So I would get... No, it's not 15% of the total one. It's this. Yeah. Did I do that? My brain is breaking. My brain is breaking. Laura Steel is 15% of a set. Is it not? Increases the base stat of the set. No, it's more than that, Dennis, isn't it? So if I've got 110 speed and I take 12, I get 13.2, right? I get 13.2 and I get 15% of 13.2. So 13.2 times 1.15 is 15.8. Am I doing something wrong? Am I being dumb? Well, it's 12% speed set. So she's got a base speed of 110, right? So Arbiter has a base speed of 110. So 110 times 0.12 to get 12 is 13.2. And then I get 15% of 13.2, which is a total of 2 point something. So one speed set gives you 15.18. Yeah, if it was base speed 100, you'd be right. So getting a protection banner is equal to me increasing my Arbiter speed by 15.8 only if that banner can match what I've already got, which is a 22 plus 7, right? So the banner would have to triple roll Or it could get away with double roll, right? So if it rolled 16 and I put a 6 glyph on it, that would be 22, down from 29. Which would mean I would lose 7 speed, but overall I would gain because I would gain 8 speed. So actually I would end up being on 394 plus 8 speed. So I'd be at 402 by just having the banner. So hopefully I get that. Probably won't. So, and she's in 3 speed sets as well. I know it rounds weirdly as well. It doesn't do it like individual sets, so it's probably a little bit different. But it should be roughly around about 402 to 403 bonus speed. Now, if I can get a triple roll, well, it could be like another 410 speed. This is what I like. Keep in mind, this is without +4 bonuses. This is without awakening bonuses. So my Arbiter, if I had all the bonuses, I don't even think I have a max Faction Guardian. I do have the 10 speed from Faction Guardians. So my Arbiter has got the gear and everything ready to be able to compete at the highest speed lit tiers. So I've got the gear ready to go. So I'm just doing some daily resets here. I could do the champion training tomorrow. That's gonna be boring, but you know, got to do that. Anyway, let's get back on topic. So, what was I saying? Get rid of that. So yeah, so I think your teams here, you're going to be basically looking at the first one. Try and boost your Arbiter speed up a little bit. Go Arbiter into Kymar, Sleep into Ceres. Like, I would say that to some extent, Kymar Ceres is not that powerful. Like, it's kind of like double redundant. The only nice thing about it is that would give you like double stone skin strip attempts. So isn't the highest like 440? No, I think it's bigger than that now. Speed. I had something in XL for it. I can't remember what it was. Like build, awakening. Max speeds, there you go. The maximum speeds you can gain from area bonuses plus full mythic is 585 speed at the moment. So the maximum possible speed you can have is a base speed of 115. Then you would have 36 mythic roll. So basically a perfect piece, which would be 30 plus the mythic roll, so 36. Then you'd put an 8 glyph on it. So the weapon will give you 44, helm gives you 44, shield gives you 44, gloves gives you 44, chest gives you 44. The boots would give you 45 primary, and then an ascension stat of 12, which would give you 57. Technically, you can get away now with, by the way, actually having a perfect roll secondary with a glyph that would be the same as a primary. The banner is 36 plus 8, so 44. Then you'd have a 30% aura with a 6-star blessing. That would give you 46.575 speed based on 115 base. Then you'd have speed sets times 3, which is 41.4. It's actually times 4 now because you could have a 3-row of protection. So it's actually 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. 12 plus 12 plus 12 and then another 12. So actually it's 55.2. Then Laura Steel would give you an extra 8.28 speed. Then Empowerment would give you 15. Faction Guardians would give you 10. Area Bonus would give you 20. And then Blessings would actually now give you 15, not 10. So actually the maximum possible speed on a 115 base passive speed is 606 speed. 606 speed is the maximum possible. Which would then obviously go, if I put an increased speed buff on it, to 787 speed. I don't think there's any other modifications we could do to speed buff. I think that's about it. So a maximum in battle speed you can have is 787, which would basically be a like fill rate of 0.5. That would basically mean you would basically take a turn every 2 ticks. Keep in mind, most average speeds for a champion is about 5 to 7 ticks. So how many times it fills the turn meter bar? You'd only need to fill your turn meter bar 1.8 times to take a turn at that speed. Crazy, right? But that is like an unrealistic outcome. You're not going to actually ever realize a situation where you're going to get like a mythic speed item rolling 5 times perfectly. The probability of you getting that build is like 1 in a billion. There's just too many opportunities for it to fail. But it can do it. Right, so what was I? Let's just finalize this, and then we've got one more person to do for tonight. And it is half midnight, so that's probably a good idea. So Hefrak here, this Vlad spot can be anyone. Sarah's Kaima is pretty good because it gives you double the opportunities to get rid of Stone Skin. And then Harima, just put into like whoever you feel is appropriate. What I would try to do with Harima is target the factions she is she's able to not get crit against. Because that's what's really powerful about her, right? Her passive. Where is it? This one here. Champions from Demon Spawn cannot inflict critical hits. So if you see a Mortu team, you're putting her up against the Mortu team. Right? If you see anyone like a Magnar team, you put her up against a Magnar team. Anyone from Demon Spawn, you basically match her up against. You might struggle with the speeds here. If this is too slow and you can't do it, swap this out to a Stone Skin. But if you can get like, I don't know if you've got it, like a Stone Skin accessory. Is she Undead Hordes or Demon Spawn? What faction is Hefrak? Demon Spawn, Demon Spawn. So like, for example, Harima goes up against... So you would put Harima up against anyone who's got Hefrak, Mortar Macab, Drutraxas, Candrafons, Kaimars. That's the team you're looking for to match this third team up against. Okay, you can go 4 and 4. You will lose crit damage, but you can go 4 and 4. So you could go basically Savage and Stone Skin. Because you can put 1 amulet and then you have 3 spots. Is that enough or do you need 2? No, you can't yet. So go basically 1 turn Stone Skin with Cruel. If you can't build this team, do that. And then build a team around her so she's going to take a turn. Basically let someone die. This is where you would probably put Wukong for speed. This is where you would probably put something like a Reviver, like one of your Ukos. Basically let someone die so that you proc passive and then put a Kaimar with it. But the Kaimar would be either Stone Skin or High Resist, right? Like a high res slow Kaimar. Yeah, that you need 2, but there was only 1. So do you ever think about Nogdar to face Harima? I don't think he hits hard enough, but it could work. Would you do a nuke Wukong? For your account, yes. Because I think you've got plenty of solutions to deal with Ultimate Death Knight. Because you've got the Leorius, you've got the Rolus, you've got the Harima. I don't think you need the Wukong to be a debuffer. Like my account, I need the Wukong to be a debuffer because I don't have an answer to Ultimate Death Knight per se. I don't have the other options to be able to outlast the Ultimate Death Knight. So nuke Wukong would be good here. And make him Glass Cannon, right? What you want to happen in Team 2 is you want Wukong to die. Make the Uko and the Kaimar tanky. So like these can be Stone Skin if you want. Like it's quite popular to have like a Stone Skin high accuracy Kaimar, but slower. Let the rotation go. Because what you want to happen is you want essentially the ideal situation for this team is Wukong dies, procs a Hefrak. Then Hefrak takes a turn, does the A2 again. Then Kaimar resets the Hefrak and Hefrak does it again. So you get 3 bouts of Hefrak A2s. That's the ideal situation with this team here. You can't really rely on this in defense, but on offense you could. So you can basically make this super, super fast and then match his speeds. This can be a bit slower. Let Hafrak do the job, put her in Stone Skin. And then Elva, Mithrala, Ultimate Death Knight, Harima should be able to win most matchups. Okay? But again, if you want any sort of follow-up, just join the Discord, pop the messages in. I'll probably create a dedicated channel for it somewhere, and we can figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, Cleo hits quite hard. The biggest problem with Cleo, if I find her on here. Oh, I can't spell, can I? Should you keep Hafrak at 70%? Keep her at 70%. Keep her at 70%. Absolutely. The problem with Cleo is you want to use her A2 first, but her actual better damage and ability is the A3 because you get more damage and you get a higher multiplier. So it's kind of a bit frustrating because you have to use this ability, but you want to use this ability first because you lose the crit rate buffs. That's the problem with Cleopteryx. I don't really know if you solve that by having Thrala, but that is the problem with her. Right, so the last person tonight is Dennis, who has waited patiently 2 streams. So I'm happy to help you. Have you sent me a DM? I will probably try to reply to people who've dropped me a message as well tonight. If I have a chance to as well. I know I said I'd do it last time. I just didn't get a chance. It was brutal. It's been a brutal couple of weeks. Yeah, exactly, Crizzle. It makes her A2 a bit better. But you want to go A2 into A3, which is really frustrating. It's a little bit like... there's a lot of champions that do it, where you want it... Like, Jetney's another similar champion, where really her secondary ability is stronger, but you have to use the first one. And because she doesn't get the extra turn without Alsgore, it's almost like she's punished by using the other skill, which gives her crit rate buffs. And Alsgore gives her the extra turn. Which champion are we talking about here? Someone the same for Stultus? No. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let me find Stultus. Have you sent me your details, Dennis? Yeah, the A2 is a 2.1 times 2. So essentially a 4.2. The A3 is a 4. Same damage book, so it's basically just a case of that 0.2 multiplier. Probably as well, because you're hitting twice, you have twice to roll the 10% range. So it could be that the Dragon Heart rolls low, but the Dragon Hunter rolls good twice. Are you Dak, yeah? Dennis, are you Dak? Just confirm. You guys with your crazy names. Okay, cool. All right, so. Yeah, I've seen yours, Nobo. I will reply to your message as well. Right, so what tier are we in at the moment? I can see your defense is getting some decent... Your defense is not doing too bad, actually. Some of the screenshots you sent me. You're kind of sharing the wins. What's your goal here, Dennis? Give me the TLDR. So you're Silver 4, trying to get to Gold 1, and you're finding the wins easier or the defenses worst. Let me reset this here. Okay, so let's just have a quick look here. So we got a speed team we probably need to get rid of. You're really struggling to win on offense. There's some wins. I've looked at the defenses. Their defense is win trading quite well. So the defense is not too bad. But it probably just means we need to refine the builds. Like the player power suggests to me that probably build adjustments. Yeah, we can have a look at defense as well. Okay, so first things first. Do we have a mythical? No, that's absolutely expected. So the good news is we've got some good champions here. We have 2 Ukos. We got a Rhodas, Pythian, Harima, Tony the Tiger's in here. We could probably use that. Stultus. Just laying out people here. We do have a Raglan. Raglins can be quite useful. Like Raglan Rhodas is actually very strong. Believe it or not. I've seen it do stupid things because you get so much turn meter back. Rotus gets an extra turn and you just can't stop it. Honestly, I think you build another Ruko as well. Yeah, Tony the Tiger's Rogash. Yeah, Raglan. So the thing about Raglan's Revive, because it's a 2-turn cooldown, you actually get a lot of cycling with it. She also has a good amount of turn meter on her other ability. So, you basically get like a good amount of turn meter here. 15%. This revives with a full turn meter. So it's basically like it's like a Siphi revive. For Rhodas, that's really big. The thing about Rotus when he revives, if he gets a turn, he can get another turn. If he gets another turn, he can kill another person. That's the key thing. Also got a full cleanse. So don't sleep on Raglan. To be honest, I should probably use Raglan more often for my teams as like a Siphi sub. She doesn't bring the buffs or the turn meter control of the A2, but you do get a lot from Raglan, and she can be quite annoying. I actually have a 4-star Raglan as well. Yeah, it's very strong. You know, and Rhodas keep coming back. Eventually, Rotus A2 gets to a crazy level, so absolutely, I think, great to go with a Raglan Rhodas Pythian combo. That's going to be near enough impossible to kill. We just need to finish it off with something. Something cool. Something with an aura. The other thing we don't want to do, by the way, and it's only just dawned on me, is you don't really want to put Wukong on defenses with revivers, because the revivers by default will try to revive the Wukong, and you often don't want to do that. It happens quite a lot. So you kind of don't want to do that. I'm trying to think who would best fit here. I would love to put Ukon on there just to triple revive. That would be the most infuriating thing ever. Can you imagine? Can you imagine you had Uko, Pythian, Raglan to kill? How long that would take you? Would take you absolutely ages. It would take you such a long period of time. You'd be just like, I can't be bothered. You'd have to like one-shot all the revivers all at the same time. You'd never do it. I'm not sure what we want to put up a bit with it. Yeah, I was looking for attack up. I was trying to get a speed aura, to be honest. But I suppose it doesn't really matter. We can just throw Mithrala on here. You get a cleanse. You get 2 cleanses then, right? Yeah, Life Harvest is really big, yeah. Oh, we could do Brogni, actually. No, that's actually a great idea. I like that. And then we just basically move Pythian's aura to the lead, right? I actually prefer that. Because we've already got a cleanse, right? So if we do double bolster... Right, and she can just be whatever she wants. That's actually kind of nuts, because they're going to kill themselves on the Brogni shield. As well. And then we can put Mithrala over here, so we get the defense buff. Stone Skin. Whatever, can be whatever. Then we get Emic down here in protection. So we just need to round out this last defense. What did you have over here? So we could use Wither. We could use Wither the Crowned. Just to give us a heal. A backup revive wouldn't be terrible. Ooh. Is 2 times Bolster needed? Well, the one is in a strong shield set. Nope. So Bolster will take the shield in total from all artifacts and make it all protected. It's almost like it's got a higher priority. So you could have the worst bolster shield in the world and the most powerful shield strength in the world, and it will all be protected. So you can have a crappy bolster and a really good bolster. You don't need to, it doesn't have to be bolster to protect every single shield, but it has to have at least one bolster. Shield will not. No. The bolster effect only applies, the healing from the bolster effect applies to the wearer, but the shield itself that you give to all allies will become protected. Because of the way that the shields add up. Yeah, exactly. So the total shield, the way it goes is like, take all of the shield that you're giving me, and then if bolster is present, protect it. But the heal itself will only happen to the ally. I'm just thinking Gothred in here because it means it definitely guarantees Stultus a turn. And it helps protect you, and you also get a decreased defense and other things. I think that's a good fit. Gothred's are really annoying in Arena. I think that's a really good fit. That's what I would do. Now you've got 3 nasty teams. Emic is going to steal buffs. Gothred's going to stop you from killing you. This team is going to be frustrating to fight because you can't get to the Harima. And this team is just perma revive. Let's have a look at your Pythian build. Yeah, he wants to be in a set. You got the right stat allocation. Like HP. What I always advise to people, don't really go much over than about 3,500 defense in Arena. The reason why I say that is there's so much ignore defense capabilities out there that, to be honest, you're wasting your time. 3,500 defense is fine. Put the rest into HP and then build your resist. This is the correct stat allocation, but you want it in bolster. Bolster Pythian is really good because he self-heals and he also provides some protection for you. And he doesn't really have enough buffs to warrant a protection set. And Stone Skin is okay on him, but you don't really need him. Right, let's have a look at the Stultus build. Savage, nice. So this could do with some love, but it's okay. I'm guessing you're using it in other places. Like, you probably don't need the accuracy. That's nice. Yeah, it's a good build. Like, you can afford to go a bit slower in Classic. Like in Tag Team Arena, because you're not facing the same challenges. The Rhodas, this is great. Really strong. The nice thing about Rotus is it does this chest here is actually quite high value for Rotus. Because he's got a HP multiplier, having HP percentage here is not the doom and gloom. Because effectively, he's going to get an attack multiplier and a HP multiplier, so it will benefit him. Like HP here, it's really good. Crit damage and crit rate, pretty decent. Crit rate gloves, nice. Attack. This is like a perfect amulet for for a Rotus, right? You're getting HP, attack, as well as a crit damage on crit damage. Really good. HP. I would suggest that the attack multiplier is better than the banner. So, like, I would actually put him... I wouldn't put him with the HP banner. I would put him with an attack banner. I'm sure that's how people build him. Oh, wow. Okay. Someone needs to spend some time in Spider. My friend, next CVC, sit in Spider 10 and farm the crap out of it. That's what you need to fill the gap of. It probably means he's probably just picked it because of the crit rate, crit damage requirement, right? If I sort this by crit rate and I try lethal, savage, you do have some good options though. Got a Supreme Elhain. This is probably what you would move your Rotus to, right? This is pretty good as well. Very good as well. But it's not a problem. So that's what I would do with your defense. Now, offense, obviously, we can have a bit of fun because we can reintroduce our Arbiter. How fast is your Arbiter? Good. Really good. Excellent. All the right stat allocations. So your helm is ironic. You have the same problem I used to have, which was I couldn't get a helm improvement for ages. There is so much speed missing on your helm. So that, like, I would imagine you just have got super unlucky like I did, and you just don't have any helms with speed. Yeah. Yeah, you just got super unlucky. You do have a protection one. So again, here's the thing. You might be looking here and going, okay, do I have any protection accessories? Because if I can get 2 protection accessories, they can be the worst ones in the world. As long as they are in High Elves. And they are in... Yeah, see, you don't have any at the moment. That's fine. So if you happen to do some Hydro Clash and you get 2 High Elf Stone Skin protection accessories, then you could drop the helm for that protection set and get an overall increase in speed. Because you lose 1 speed set, but you retain the speed set by having 2. But yeah, this is a very good build. But you have exactly the same problem I had, which was I couldn't get a better helm. So Arbiter makes sense. I always like Arbiter lists because I feel like it gives you the most powerful. I feel like this is just such a clean option. Like, Romantu would be what you'd get eventually. But you're already kind of doing it. You can do Ceres if you want to. I think it's absolutely fine as well. And then into a nuke, which can be Supreme Elhain. I think it's fine. So I think this offense team is fine. Do you find that you struggle with your speed team? You're using Kimmy. Kimmy's also fine. The only reason why I like Lissandra is... Lissandra gives you so much more strong turn meter control, because what Lissandra does on that A3 is the most significant turn meter manipulation in the game, because you gain 30% and speed buff, they lose 30%, and you have 100% reduction if you need to stop someone from taking a turn, right? Say like Sify revives a Rotus or a Leo. Well, if you can drop that to 100%, it's really powerful. I would basically have a situation here where I would alternate based on who I'm fighting. Right? So, yes, exactly. If I'm not fighting a Mithrala, if I'm not fighting a like a team I'm expecting a lot of buffs from, but I might be fighting someone with a little bit of buff, so I just want to drop the defense, then Liss will give you overall turn meter. So what I would do is look at it, kind of go, are they a fast team? Right? Is it a Sify Cam? Let me see if I can find an example, because it's always easier when I show in the game rather than try to do it out here. See if I can find a team. People putting their defenses up now. This team here, right? Take this bottom team, right? I know they're not going to have any buffs. Ignore the 6-star awakening. I know they're not going to have any buffs. But they're going to have a lot of turn meter. In this instance, I would use Lissandra. Because Lissandra's overall turn meter reduction is greater than Kimmy. However, if I was fighting into, say, this team, I know Kaimar's going to be fast, but I still want to beat the speed race. But they're going to have, like, neck rep buffs. They're going to have Duchess buffs. Then I would drop the Lissandra and I would bring the Kimmy in. So just alternate them. Because there is a lot of value with having Liss. Like, you see I use mine with Romantu because he's my Ceres. Like, it's an easy win if I put it into this team. Which one was we were looking at? If I could be confident with the aura, which I'm not, I would never fight that aura because that aura will match me. Aura is very important as well. Aura is... A simple aura mismatch like this will cost you the race. So even if you've got a 390 or 400 speed Siphi, if I've got a speed aura, I will probably win the race. So be mindful of a 6-star aura because that's going to punish you incredibly hard. Just don't do it. Like, when I look at that team there, I'm like, I'll put my tank team up against it because I'm not going to win that speed race. But that's what you want to look at. If you're looking at a concept of, is the team just fast? Lissandra is going to be better. If the team is like slightly fast, but it's going to bring debuffs, bring Kimmy. That's what I would do. So your team 1 is pretty good for offense. I think that's fine. I don't think I would change that. Team 2 then, honestly, this is glorious. And then I would take this. But this is a Rotus matchup, right? Or Turvold. Basically, if you see a single target, get rid of that. Most struggles in my team 2 on offense. Which one was your team 2? Which one's your offense ones? Is it this image here, right? This is your this your offense battles, right? Is this your offense teams? This one you've got here. Yeah, so that's your offense teams. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying you're struggling with the Rotus team, yeah? Or the first one? Yeah, I'd put Uko in the lead. I always prefer to use speed auras, right? Because even if you're not intending to go first, having the speed aura just makes everyone go faster. The defense aura is not going to give you much value. The only one I would substitute it for is accuracy or resistance auras. Otherwise, it's always going to be speed aura for me. Sometimes an attack aura, like I'll use Cupidus as attack aura because I know he's going to get attacked a lot, or candies or something like. So, like team 1, I would take, like, so your team 1, if I was to basically put the matchups exactly how you've got them here. Right, so your team 1 at the moment is that. So you can see what I'm suggesting you do. You take out the Helicath with it, and you bring in the Uko. You bring in the Ultimate Death Knight Mithrala. Now again, the Ultimate Death Knight can absolutely be substituted for Wither the Crowned if you're not fighting single target or you feel like you don't need it. The Ultimate Death Knight is a tool you can use in your arsenal to basically go, you're Rotus, you don't get to play the game. Or you're a single target nuker, you don't get to play the game. Like Fenax or something like that. Will it give you enough healing? You shouldn't die. Keep in mind, Mithrala will give you Strengthen and Shielding. You'll also get continuous heals from Ultimate Death Knight. And remember, Harima is a counter to Demon Spawn as well. Like, you want her to be fought into, like, Hefrax and those types of champions. Yeah. You don't need to use ultimate death. So, like, this team doesn't need much protection if you're fighting, like, a Hefrak, right? So, again, if we look at my account here, that Harima, I'd be looking to put into this second team here. See this Wither team with Candy? That's the team I would match up my team against. There's no way Candy's going to touch Harima. And Harima will outscale him. Ooh, nice one, Acrobat. Yeah, you can put, like, Shadow Heal on people. Right? Shadow Heal is a very powerful mastery. That's what I'm saying, cool. Yeah, Candy will never kill Harima. So that's what you're looking to match up. When you're choosing your target selection, you're kind of looking at it going, I want to put the Harima against the Demon Spawn champions. So a very powerful mastery is this. You should put that on people like Duchess, on people like Ultimate Death Knight, because you'd be surprised how much they heal. If people are in bolster sets, every single time they take a turn, you heal my Ultimate Death Knight. Every single time Pythian A1s, you heal my Ultimate Death Knight. It's very, very powerful, this Shadow Heal. This has been my argument against that Incinerate Blessing, which is like, oh yeah, I'll deal 100% more HP burn damage. I'm like, but I have a mastery that just instantly heals all of it back. So why would I ever do that? Why is that even remotely close to that? Like, you've given me a mastery that's not even like, I don't have to wail for, that matches the exact amount of damage that a HP burn does. Crazy. So that's what you kind of want to do with that Harima. And the second team, like, that should beat most people. Right? Again, I think the problem you've got with the team 2 is a lack of speed, whereas this team with Raglan's A1 will give you more boost of speed. So essentially all we're doing is we're moving Mithrala out of team 2 and putting it into team 1. We're bringing Raglan in to pair with Rotus, so you have double revive, and then we're using Ultimate Death Knight. You can, if you want to, alternate this with Wither. Right? If you want to run Wither in this team, this is a counter to... You don't know if you can do it in bolster? Let me have a look. What's your bolster set like? You haven't got a bad set here. You've got some decent pieces. Like, this is a great piece, resistance. HP there. You could probably scrape it. Yeah, you probably got enough to scrape a build. You compare it with like a Righteous set. Is Xena usable in top arena? It depends how you define top arena. Is she plat ready? Probably not. Is she like gold 5? Yes. Is she tag team arena? Yes. Will you use her in live arena? You could do if she doesn't get banned. She's very team specific. You want to fight teams with lots of buffs. But she's absolutely fine. If you can put a team around her to keep her alive, yeah. So yeah. So if you can't do bolster both of them, then do one bolster and go and do the rest in shield. Right? Probably put the Pythian in a shield set. Although that's looking just as sparse, but you know what I mean. If you haven't got the facility to do another bolster, go get another shield set on them instead and just pair it with them, because you're always pairing the Brogni and the Pythian together here. Yeah. But Raglan is incredibly strong. Like, Raglan is... specifically with Rotus, because Rotus gets extra turns. And that's what makes Raglan strong here, is the fact that Raglan will give him 100% turn meter, and then he'll take a turn. Let's have a look. Anyone see the Ultimate Death Knight? Anyone see the horrific champion? Oh, he's down here. He's only level 50. He'd need to be geared. He needs to be geared. Put resistance on your Ultimate Death Knight as well. He won't need that much for gold 1. Probably 600 resistance will be enough for gold 1. Maybe 500. Don't go crazy. Yeah, I don't like him, but like, you don't have to hold yourself to my principles. So he will help you stay in gold 1. Don't sleep on Goffred either. He's really good. Suzerain Katone is amazing for Hydra as well, by the way, guys. So yeah. All right. So again, if you wanna, you know, you got member. So if you want to use the arena channels in Discord, you want follow-ups, you want some build advice. Do you feel like you've got it in the right place? Definitely just drop a message. But I think you've got some great champions. You probably need to just get a bit more gear and position them in the right setups. And you'll probably find quite a big difference with how you've balanced your teams, right? Your problem is just finding the right combination, which is a nice problem to have, because the problem of figuring out which order I put them in is much easier than I don't have the champions or I don't have the gear. The worst situation you could be is I don't have the champions. The next worst one is I don't have the gear. And the next worst one is I don't have the right combinations. I don't know how to put them together. Those are the kind of the tiers. I'm in the, I've got the gear. I know how to put them together. I don't have the champions. We've had some people tonight who have the champions but don't have the gear. So they know what to do now, but they need to go and farm lots of dragon, lots of dark fae, lots of savage, lots of righteous, get those forge passes done. Your situation is you've probably got the right amount of gear. You've probably got the right amount of champions, although you probably could get some gear a little bit better. You just need to figure out the combination. And once you get the combination, which we've got here, and you just play with it, you might find that some things don't quite work. Get some experience about matchup. A lot of live arena, for example, is learning what they're trying to build and trying to counter it in your head and trying to understand what is their win condition. So it's looking at teams, like when we look in tag team arena here, it's kind of looking at the teams and going, okay, this team here, for example, the first team, it's got Tormin, so it's going to try and frost me. It's got Ultimate Death Knight, and it's got Valkyrie. So the goal is, it's probably going to be a nuke Tormin or a nuke Valkyrie, right? You will never see a nuke Ultimate Death Knight, and Pythian is there for like a heal and revive. So in terms of the win condition, they're probably hoping to either kill me with Valkyrie and Tormin damage, which is never going to be super high, but it's got enough of a problem. So I can't speed team it because I'll get frosted, right? So I need to have block debuffs. So normally what I would do is I would go like this, and I would say, okay, I'm going to bring my Wukong because I'm going to take the Ultimate Death Knight out. Then I'm going to try and take out the Valkyrie before she scales to become a problem. And then I can deal with the Torment after, right? I've got block, revive, Torment can't revive. So I'm looking at the matchup, what they want to do, and beating it. Now, if I look at the second one, they've got an Arbiter, a Siphi, and a Rhodas. And this is a speed team. So I've got two options. I either outspeed it, or I try to tank it. Now, Rotus makes it more dependent on my Romantu to land the block passive skills, because if I don't land it, I will probably lose. The third team, it's probably a nuke Wukong, and it's Warlord. So option 1, I outspeed it and just one-shot it. Option 2, I bring a Cupidus or a Phenax, where it doesn't matter if I lose my A1 ability, I can kill it, right? The only thing I have to be careful about a Cupidus team here is, will the Leorius just one-shot me through it? So if we run this now exactly how I've just explained it, this is how I would match up. I'm going to try and risk it because I'm confident that I've got a better aura, right? I've got a 2-star aura. They've got a 1-star aura. So I have a better aura. I also have a very fast Arbiter. So I think I can beat the speed race. If I win the speed race, I will probably win this fight because there's no sustainability. If Romantu takes Rotus's passive, Baron will one-shot this team. Team 1, I'm just like, I need to polymorph them out of the game. And team 3 is basically, can I kill them before they kill me? Let's play that concept. Okay, so here, I'm going to go first. Oh, buffs. I forgot Necret. I was like, I'm going to go first. I was like, I forgot Necret. So here, for example, I can just go to sleep. This is why Mark was saying you need resistance on your Ultimate Death Knights now because of Wukong. Now I'm not really worried about turns. They can do whatever they want to me for now. They can try and steal buffs. They're not going to be able to do something. I can steal buffs here. This is why Wukong is such a hard counter to this team. Now I can do my strategy, which is I want to get rid of Valkyrie. She's gone. I actually didn't block revive her, which kind of sucks. I did block revive him. Be careful when you put Phantom Touch on your single target nukers, because Phantom Touch doesn't carry through all of their effects. So for example, I didn't block revive because I killed it with Phantom Touch, not because I killed it with his A1. So he died. Now we can probably try and get rid of that. See, This is the value of that. This is why I was saying about Wukong being, for me particularly, I need him in a debuff build because I can breach these teams that would normally be a major problem. Now, I'm not going to A3 this time because I don't want to get counterattacked. Knock him out. See, what you need to do is look at what he was trying to do. He was trying to stop me doing this, which is one-shotting him. But because I was able to stop his ultimate death knight being relevant, he didn't have enough stall capabilities to allow the sort of counterattack shield generation and the big damage from Torment to happen. And we just block revive them. Now, team 2, I didn't go fast enough. I'm going to lose. Oh, wait, they haven't speed tuned themselves. I might still win because they didn't speed tune. Speed tuning your speed team is important. So I won that because I was able to go before they were able to go. Now, here's what I was on about this team. Will I survive the Leorius? No. It's always a risk, that one. It's like, will I survive the Leorius? If I survive the Leorius, I win. If I don't, I die. And we only won that second team because they didn't speed tune. They didn't make sure that boosting Arbiter into Siphi, into Ceres, into Rotus could not be breached. They messed it up. So, but yeah. So what I'll do now is I will look to get a system set up which can basically manage this better. We'll get a queuing system. We'll schedule some more of these streams where we get like 10 people or 5 people, and we'll do some advice. And bit by bit, we'll get through everyone's backlog. But Discord, you can always ask questions at any point in time. I'm always around it. I'll answer some questions and different things like that when I get time and stuff. But Discord's always a good place as well. You can join above and yeah. Anyone else agree that Soul Reap should go through shield? Yes. Right, let me hide this, hide that, and close this. Yes. Do you know what they need to do with... So here's the problem with Soul Reap. Right? Let's find it. Soul Reap. Here's the problem with Soul Reap. When this champion hits an enemy target and decreases their HP to a certain threshold, a Reaper will appear and deal extra damage equal to the target's remaining HP. Problem 1. Remaining. For AoE attacks, each target that has their HP reduced to the threshold will be visited by Reaper. The Reaper will ignore defense as well as all damage reduction skills, effects, and buffs. Point 2 is a problem. So problem 1 is when I attack an enemy, it literally goes... If the enemy is on 1% HP, then the damage that the Reaper deals is 1% HP. When what really should happen, thematically, the fantasy of this blessing is if you get to that threshold, I execute you. That's the concept. You die. Like, Grim Reaper comes along, death. So what it should do is not the remaining HP, but the total HP. The damage the Reaper should deal should be 100% of your HP bar if it falls to that threshold. That's part of the solution. The next part of the solution is it should ignore all shields. It should ignore... Well, it wouldn't matter if it ignores shields. It wouldn't matter if the damage was maximum HP. Because essentially, it's unlikely that you're going to have a shield that exceeds your total HP, so you die anyway. But it probably should ignore shields as well. The other problem is this second part is misleading and incorrect. The Reaper will ignore defense as well as all damage reduction skills, effects, and buffs. Except for... PvE content. So the Reaper doesn't ignore all damage reduction skills, effects, and buffs against bosses. It may ignore defense, but it doesn't do the rest of them. So it means that when you're in Hydra, because every single Hydra head has a AoE damage, deals 10% less damage, multiplicatively, this is coded as an AoE damage effect. So it means when you're using Soul Reaper and Hydra, all of your damage is getting nuked by the Hydra passives from the AoE damage reduction. Which, it doesn't tell you this. It's misleading. It's inaccurate. And the other thing is Harima's passive mitigates the quality of your ignore defense capabilities, right? It halves every incoming ignoring defense effect, which also applies to the Reaper. So my 3 fixes should be ignore shields, deals 100% of the target's HP, not the remaining HP, and should not be applicable to Harima's passive, and it should work in PvE as well as it works in PvE. Those 4 things should happen. Because you even have a problem, for example, because it's based on maximum HP. If I get a boss to 20% HP, and it's a high-level boss, it will only do 10% HP. Why? Because the passive of the boss reduces incoming maximum HP damage to 10%. So what invariably happens is all of these different issues means that now attack-based damage dealers go Lightning Cage. Because it's just more reliable. Because Soul Reap will never kill the target you want them to kill. It just doesn't work. How is Valkyrie active kill coding can be prevented somewhere? Active kill? What do you mean by active kill? Any plans to add the speed tuning? It's something we talked about doing, cool. It would require a lot of work. I haven't looked at it in ages, but it would probably come at some point. It's quite complicated, though. When he kills an ally. Oh, it's probably just 100% max HP, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's 100% max HP. Hey, look, guys. We get to go and accept another challenge that gives me absolutely nothing. This is the worst part. We're going to have... I actually worked it out. We're going to have 210... 210 times is the amount of times we're going to have to click on this, and click on this. 210 times before we no longer have this. So basically means I have to stare at do you want to buy Xena the Warrior Princess over 200 times before they actually get rid of it. Fun. It's 100% of the target's maximum HP. It takes basically 100% of the target's current HP. Kills it. But it's also dealing ignore defense and everything else, so... And you still get it even after you've bought her. Oh my god. Like, seriously? Are they real? So even after you've wailed and... Well, I say wailed. Even after you've bought her, you still get it. Great. It's amazing. It's just what you want. Oh, man. I knew this was going to happen. I said this the other day. We're going to have so many of them, they can't fit it on a single line. I haven't bought a thing yet. I say yeah. I'm still tempted by Xena. But tomorrow, I got to basically do this champion training tournament. It's fun. Not looking forward to it. I'm exhausted. I haven't done the Sand Devil because I had to do so much of the other champion training. Because what I essentially did the last champion training is I went to the sacred, the primal shard level in the dungeon divers and the champion training to be able to get the summon rush done. Nuts. Yeah, Alika's crazy strong. Like, I had a 5-star Alika in the end. I can't remember how high I got it. But this ability is crazy strong. She needs about 1 billion books. But for Clan Boss, this ability is like... This is how crazy this A1 is. You're better off not even running the A2, which is a 2-turn cooldown that ignores 50% of the target's defense. She's actually now quite good for Arena because of this ability. I should probably start using her as a debuffer for Arena. Affinity is a bit of an issue, but like basically she's like a mini Basher. But she's a little bit better than Basher because she does bring damage with her as well. Like the problem with... where is Basher? Is he... She's a little bit better than Basher because she has damage. He doesn't. So if you want like a pseudo... Like a Wukong style hybrid... Why not use Countess Lix then? For what? What's with the Annex hype? Annex is pretty good as well. The reason why Annex is good is he brings the debuffs. Right? She's not going to bring you debuffs. He's going to bring you decreased defense, weaken, and poisons. She needs setup. Bash is 2 turns. Bash is 2 turns. It's basically the same as Alika. Countess Lix doesn't put skills on cooldown. She does place. She puts block active skills out, which is a completely different thing. She puts block active skills and decreases the cooldowns of allies. She doesn't increase the cooldowns. Yeah, I mean, I could use it as a lockout. It's an option. So, it is an option. It is an option. I need to climb back up into safety on this tier now. It's going to be fun. I'm progressing. What I will say to everyone, like, one of the key things we've been talking about tonight is gearing. And that comes from this rotation. Try your very hardest this rotation if you can. Obviously, I'm not saying you can beat hard Doom Tower because that depends where you are in the gameplay. But farm 120 as much as you can this rotation. Do not miss a silver key. Lethal gear is probably, like, I would argue lethal gear is better than Savage because you can program it. Right, I can come in here and I can say I want rank rarities, I want crit damage substats. This will give you a pretty good chance of getting crit damage. It's going to give you your best gear. Farm lethal. I will probably do an updated video guide on it, just to highlight the importance of it. Well, mine's really slow. Like, the good thing is you don't need to be perfect, right? You're not running Fire Knight. You don't lose any energy. So as long as it's like 75%, you're good. So this is my team. Lissandra's fast, but she's fast because of Arena. You don't need to be this fast. Ruella is 197. Fulger is 209. Whisper is 180. And Allure is 194. And the boss doesn't take a turn. And if she does, she takes 1 turn. And she doesn't kill me. And I kill it very quickly. Fulger here will one-shot the clones. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. All you have to do is make sure you arrive at the boss with this ability. Right? And Lysandra can be Morrigan. Lysandra can also be Deacon. All you have to do... So you'll see the team here, right? What I'm doing is, wave 1, she can do whatever the hell she wants. I don't care. Wave 2, she is not allowed to use Exhaustion or Energize. Right? Ruella. She is not allowed to use any of her main debuffs at all. Why? Because I want to get decreased speed on the boss as early as possible. If I fail, it's normally because this decreased speed resisted. Fulger, she's allowed to use whatever she wants on wave 1. On wave 2, she can only open with Righteous Evocation. She's not allowed to use any of these abilities. Why? Because I want to arrive at the boss with this available, because this kills all of the clones. Whisper, I don't really care. I actually turn these off, but I don't really care. But her A1 will hit us hard anyway. She's there just to do damage to the boss. And again, I don't care what Allure does on wave 1 or 2, but on wave 3, she just does this over and over again. This will do it every single time. Now, you might fail a few times, Uko. That's what I'm saying. This might only be a 75% success rate, but it doesn't matter. Why? Because you got super raids, and also it's a fast run. It's like 2 to 3 minutes tops. So you can just repeat. Repeat. Just use your keys up. You'll probably get Doom Tower done in the same amount of time as it takes you to do like a full auto Scarab run or a full auto Griffin run. It's no different. Yeah, Gnut is a great option. I don't use Gnut here because he's got reflex gear, which means that I can't guarantee consistency, but you can absolutely run instead of Allure Gnut if you don't have him, if you don't have her, right? Because she does exactly the same thing as what Gnut does. So Gnut can be replaced here. You wouldn't be able to use Gnut's A3, but he would do the job for you. And you can, like, make your Allure go at, like, 250, 240. It is absolutely not a... Like, I would say Dark Fae is champion-specific, not gear-specific. Whereas stuff like Eternal Dragon can be more gear-specific. You can farm 120 Dark Fae with pretty average gear, as long as you've got the right champions in the right spots. You don't need a Whisper. You don't even need a Fulger. You can use... Yeah, Halsring can go in over Allure. It's not as good as a law, but it can do it. You don't need to use Folger. Folger's only here because I think she's the best in slot because of this 100% reduction. And she also gets a heal, and she gets turn meter by killing allies, and she self-buffs. You can absolutely use your Carl. Why? Because we've got a decreased speed, also has a 100% chance of stealing the target's turn meter, has got a AoE freeze here, so can kill all of the allies. So he would come in, he would do this, he would kill all the allies, then he'd come in and do this on the boss and drop the turn meter. He's also good and he's free. Like, he can do it. He's probably the next best in slot if you don't have it. There are other good options as well that can do this nuking capability. One that a lot of people used was Herndig, right? Why? Because Herndig had a turn meter drop, right? So people would come into here and they would go, where is he? Fully depletes the target's turn meter. You got 2 AoEs, so you kill the allies, then drop the target's turn meter with the boss on the next turn. So he can do it. In terms of the Whisper role, Whisper's the boss killer, right? That could be a Gnut. That can be someone who hits hard. That can be anyone you wanted to be in the world. I just use Whisper because Church of Whisper, it'd be foolish not to, right? But it is one of the most accessible Doom Tower bosses, but it's the most important one. But I will say, you do need some champions for it, right? You do need that, like, Morrigan, Lysandra style drop, or you need to have, like, an Arbiter to boost your nuker. Because what you want to do, essentially, is, on this team, is use this to boost into nuke, kill the waves, then I put decreased speed on the boss, then I start killing it and making sure a law keeps the boss down. That's the process. You just need to make sure you get to the boss at that point. So sometimes it's difficult to try and find the balance in killing the waves quick enough, but otherwise you should be fine. You should absolutely be fine. So I would definitely say that, and as I said, throughout the night we've seen that some people need a bit of gear. Lethal is the place to get your damage gear right now. Rotation 3 is the best Doom Tower rotation in the game. I wish there was more Dark Fae, but there we go. Anyway, guys, it is 1:30 in the morning. We have been going for 5 hours. I hope the tag team rebuilding, I know it's a little bit messy. I need to, like, get a better ordering system so people who want to get their account looked at and we go through your accounts a bit better. So I'll see if I can come up with a system on the Discord so they can have, like, a queued system so people can opt in and then we can work through the list in terms of order of requests so that it's fair. Yeah. So replace Fulger and Whisper with your Carl and Herndig. Yeah. What I would actually suggest you do is you bring your Carl or Herndig and bring Gnut instead. And let Gnut kill the boss. Right? Because you basically, your Carl and Herndig, like, your Carl would be better than Herndig because you get the decreased speed as well. If you haven't got a decreased speed, your Carl's better than Herndig. Because you get the A2 decreased speed. Does nerf Brognica still work, or at least can do 35 million? Yeah, it can probably still 1-key. Big Black Phoenix. It can probably still 1-key, and it can probably still 1-key Clan Boss. It just can't do billions of damage anymore. I've answered that one. I don't know if Halsring can do it over a law, but definitely, like, Halsring replaced Crutraxa in Fire Knight. So if you think of the Fire Knight team that used to have Crutraxa, Halsring replaced Crutraxa in that team. So, yeah, your Carl and Gnut, click the law out. Yeah. That's why I said Gnut is actually kind of more overpowered than most champions. Like, when people start realizing how, like, Gnut just wins the game for you. Getting a second Gnut basically defeats every single boss in 2 turns. It's going to be very hard for Playroom to release new content that you just can't go, well, I put my Gnut and 2 Acrisias or my 2 Gnuts in Acrisia and I one-shot it. Where's the challenge? Because it's just too easy. They'll have to do something intuitive around enemy max HP nuking because he just does so much damage. So, but yeah, we're going to end it there. Thanks for watching, guys. If you haven't joined the Discord, click the link above. I will probably start structuring some channels around tag team coaching because I think it's a big area that a lot of people want to improve in, but it's one of those areas that people hate, but they want to improve in it, where I think with things like Hydra, people just hate it. Just before we go, I will be refining my my video on Hydra. We did build out the Whisper. She's in a bit, she's getting there. 180, 289. So in Hydra now we've got 186, 289. We just need to get a few more oils for some accuracy here. Don't really need to do the crit rate. We have maxed the boots. We could do the weapon. Was it the helm as well? But I've actually tried a very clever strategy that someone suggested to me to try and improve the passive of White Dryaneer. We're going to try her in Lifesteal. I want to see how good it's going to be, because I had her in Guardian, but she actually wasn't healing it as much. But because she's got War Master, I'm wondering if she actually is going to heal quite a lot, because essentially if she does, what, 200,000 across 4 heads, like, because roughly the heads will take like anywhere between like 30 to 50,000 War Master, then she should heal for 18% of that, which is about 36,000 heal in total. And 36,000 is going to get spread amongst all of the allies. So all the allies get a 7,000 heal if she gets War Master across the board. Could be interesting. She's also got Immortal as well, so that'll give her another little bit of a heal. So I'm gonna be trying out the refined one. We've also like rebuilt Uko. He's now into a provoke set to try and improve it even further. I'm hoping I can hit 300 million. That's the plan. But we'll see. But anyway, guys, have a nice evening or day or night. Hope Thanksgiving was good for you, and I'll catch you in the next stream.